Chapter 444. The abnormality of terrace advancement aroused Chinrue's doubts. Even the devil fruit should not have such a strange effect. He suddenly thought of the bone tower and blood sacrifice in town Lupin of the Blue Lava Estate inexplicably. He was a little more vigilant in his heart, but he remained calm and respectful on the surface. Under Nate's introduction, he bowed to Terrace with a respectful look. It turns out that you are the magical appraiser with the magic eyes talent. Terrace's smile was still refreshing. He said to Tiffany on the side, "Tiffany, this is Richard. He has a very wonderful talent. He can identify the attributes and materials of any item or equipment at a glance. He is likely to become the top appraisal master of the demon realm in the future." "Any item can be used?" Tiffany still had her face covered. She looked careless at first, but her eyes suddenly lit up when she heard this. She looked at Chinrue a few times. Have we met before?" Chinrue was taken aback and shook his head quickly. "This honorable lady we should be meeting for the first time, right? Maybe it's because my appearance is very common, so it's easy for people to find me familiar." Tiffany didn't think much. She nodded and took out something. "Since you have such a strange ability, then help me identify this magic item." Chinrue didn't make the decision to agree. He deliberately showed hesitation and glanced at Master Nate. This hesitation made Nate very satisfied, and he turned his consulting eyes to Terrace. Terrace smiled and said, "Ms. Tiffany is the noblewoman with the highest status in the royal family. Since the lady has ordered, let us take this opportunity to see Richard's magic eyes." Chinrue could guess what Tiffany took out with his eyes closed. He took the philosophy magic item that said, "Mistakes will accumulate and successes will disappear," activated his talent to take a look and said curiously, "The main body of this item is made of extremely pure gold crystal. There are crystal scales, purple obsidian, and liquid mithril in it. They are all extremely pure and valuable. It's just that its function puzzles me. It seems to be a particularly mysterious rhythmic combination arrangement. This arrangement is very complicated, and it can release strange effects. It's just that I don't know what kind of item it is. Is it a deduction or a test?" Wow, it was really amazing to be able to tell its attribute and material with a single glance. Tiffany exclaimed and then giggled. "However, you're wrong about this function. It's not a deduction tool, but a very interesting game tool. Game item." Chinrue was still pretending to be a fool. Terrace, who was beside him, nodded and praised, as expected of the future #1 appraiser. Then, "Can this be replicated or made more new similar items?" Chinrue knew that Terrace was best at knockoff culture. The Bloody Empire had plagiarized many successful experiences of the Dark Moon. They had night markets, hot pot restaurants, and battle stadiums. Now, they were likely to see the business opportunity of the game console. Chinrue thought about it and said, "Frankly, to be honest, Your Highness, I only have a little talent in this pair of eyes. My own mechanic skills have just crossed the threshold of apprentice. I can only provide certain appraisal results. In terms of replicating, it depends on a real master like my teacher." This game console was not so easy to imitate. Not only did it have the profound mystery of dragon inscription and magic circle, but it also contained the knowledge of ancient runes. Even Nate couldn't imitate it. What's more, the most important thing was the creativity of the game itself. In this regard, Chinrue had an unparalleled innate advantage. Nate took the game console and looked at it. He frowned. This thing is indeed not simple. Not only is the level of mechanics extremely high, but it also contains magic circle and more mysterious knowledge. I'm afraid it can't be replicated. However, if I say that I can't make it, wouldn't I be letting down the title of the top mechanic master? When he was in a dilemma, a tall and thin figure came over. When Chinrue took a look, it turned out to be the old acquaintance, the first general, Gustav. When Gustav saw Chinrue, he felt a little familiar. He frowned and said, "It's you." Chinrue quickly saluted and smiled bitterly. General really has a good memory. You still remember the little apprentice who was thrown out of town, Essador. Tiffany had already snatched the game console from Nate's hand for fear that it would be taken away. Nate took this opportunity to change the topic and asked, "Richard, are you old acquaintances with General Gustave?" "It's just a small misunderstanding," Chen Rue quickly explained. Gustave learned from Terrace that Chen Rue was the newly popular Magic Eye Richard. He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the mechanic apprentice whom he thought was a spy in Town Essador was actually real. However, with Gustave's identity, he naturally didn't need to be entangled in such trivial matters. He nodded and whispered a few words to Terrace. Terrace looked surprised and turned to look at a position behind him. Chinrue and others also looked over. There were several people there, led by the great Prince Alias and the second Prince Edmund. Their expressions seemed quite unfriendly as they were arguing about something. The competition between the princes was originally fierce and almost tragic. They were fighting openly and secretly. They would resort to all means. Edmund's tone was getting higher and higher, while Alias just sneered. This scene had attracted more people's attention. Even Raisin's attention was diverted. "Do you think that after you kill the assassin, there is really no trace to find? Don't forget, the demon realm has an old saying that if you don't want people to know, don't do it." From Edmund's words, it was not difficult to tell that he was talking about the assassination some time ago. Alias said coldly, "If you want to frame me, you have to show evidence. Otherwise, I can also find someone to stab myself twice, then step on your head to clamor. If I show evidence, are you willing to admit the crime of assassination?" Alias's expression remained unchanged. "That depends on whether your evidence is sufficient. I really want to see what other tricks you can play in this farce that you painstakingly designed to frame me. You're purposely being so loud in order to attract the attention of Imperial Father and everyone here, right? If you can't give me, Imperial Father, and everyone else a satisfactory evidence, I don't mind requesting Imperial Father to bring forward the martial ranking tournament." The fighting ranking tournament was the ranking between the princes through force. It was held once every 10 years. This was also Alias' greatest advantage. Although Edmund also advanced to Demon Overlord, after all, the time was too short to compete with Alias. In contrast, this was his weakness, and Alias was very clear about this. Since you want to take advantage of the situation to make things bigger, then be prepared to pay the greatest price. "Do you think you can scare me with this?" Edmund laughed, turned around, and saluted Raisin. "Father, please uphold justice for me." Looking at that posture, he actually came prepared. Adelaide on the side looked embarrassed. Although he was the host of this banquet, and Edmund was his immediate boss, he had no prior knowledge of this dispute. Seeing that Edmund used his birthday banquet to publicly challenge Alias, he was of course extremely uncomfortable in his heart. However, whether it was the eldest prince or the second prince, Adelaide could not afford to provoke them, so he had to remain silent. Raisin was still indifferent. He did not blame Edmund for disrupting the banquet. He just said 2 words, evidence. "Father, please wait a moment." Edmund bowed and winked at the confidant on the side. The confidant immediately walked down and pulled out a person from the royal entourage. This person's appearance changed as he walked, and Alias' eyes suddenly became surprised. Someone had already recognized that this was Alias' most trusted confidant, Egru, who had saved Alias' life twice. Just a few months ago, he died because of accidental poisoning. At that time, Alias even presided over the memorial ceremony in sadness. However, this person was resurrected. "You're not dead?" Alias, who had always been cold, saw that this Eguru was not disguised by magic such as transformation, and he showed a moved expression. "Although someone really wants me to die, I'm lucky that I didn't die as that person's wish." Eguru looked straight at Alias without fear and said while gritting his teeth. Everyone around whispered in surprise. Although Eguru's answer did not name the person, the matter seemed to be obvious. It involved some kind of murder. The words of a confidant who was once willing to block a knife for Aelius were even more convincing than the second prince, Edmund, in some cases. There were unspoken rules of internal strife. Now that the eldest prince openly sent someone to assassinate the second prince, and he was even caught with strong evidence, it was obviously quite disadvantageous to Aelius. The empire had the laws of the empire. Once this matter was proven to be true, then in order to convince the public, Aelius would definitely be severely punished by Raisin. It would even affect the position of the eldest prince. Aelius's eyes became cold, and his face became more and more ugly. It turns out that I have always underestimated you. I didn't expect that my most trusted person would fake his death and jump out to stab me at the most critical moment. These words could be understood as saying that Aegilu was a deliberate spy, but in the ears of those with preconceived notions, it had a different meaning. Edmund took half a step forward and stood in front of Aegilu. Just tell everything you know in front of His Majesty and all the nobles present. Aegilu, with His Majesty and me here, no one dares to touch you. Aegilu looked at Aelius with hatred. As he was about to speak, he suddenly showed an unbelievable expression on his face. A blade suddenly protruded from his chest. The blade had a crimson-black color. Aegilu's throat made a hee-hee sound as if he wanted to say something, but he finally couldn't continue. He fell to the ground softly. The black blood spread quickly on the ground, and he was dead in the blink of an eye. No matter how Aegilu faked his death before, he was really dead this time. The knife was held in a person's hand. This person was Terrace. This unforeseen event was too sudden. For a while, almost everyone showed an unbelievable expression. Chapter 445. First of all, the distance was strictly limited, which was proportional to the magic power of the caster. Then, there must be enough water around the destination, and this kind of magic was easily interfered with. It couldn't be cast in a place with a large number of magic circles, like the general's mansion. Instead, it would cause space disorder, and it was likely to be teleported to an inexplicable place or even an unknown space. The Stargate had no such restrictions at all, except for occasionally being unable to use it in special environments such as the demigod territory. There were generally no taboos, especially now that he had 2 star points. The use of it had become more flexible and convenient. What happened today was thought-provoking. It was likely to involve the balance of power between several princes, and it might even become a turning point in the establishment of the heir to the throne in the future. His current team should be on the side of the second Prince Edmund, but when Edmund passed by Aelius, who had yet to get rid of the terrifying power, he snorted coldly and lowered his voice. "It's your luck to have such a brother, but unfortunately there is no next time." Although Adelaide could still deal with this opponent without the territory power, he didn't want to be entangled. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. It was a critical period now, so he must take down this suspicious guy as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. It seems that I can only tell the truth. Terrace looked at Tiffany on the side and sighed, because I like the noble lady, Miss Tiffany, very much. She is the first woman I have fallen in love with in my life. I can't tolerate the second Prince, Edmund, coveting her. Tiffany was stunned, and she subconsciously covered her mouth. You, second Prince Edmund, made use of the assassination to make things difficult for the first prince. Then he pulled out the dead, trusted aide of the first prince as a witness. Then, just as the aide was about to reveal everything, the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. Young Prince Terrace suddenly attacked and killed Aegilu. The assassination was instigated by me, Terrace said faintly. If the scene was still silent because of shock just now, it was like a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples at this time. There was a sudden uproar. Aelius was moved again, and he looked at his brother from the same mother in disbelief. The third general, Adelaide, smiled apologetically, sent away the last guest, and returned to the spacious courtyard. Looking at the 2 purple moons above his head, he rubbed his face that was about to be stiff from smiling. He was extremely depressed. No one thought that this birthday party that should have been full and lively turned into such a palace farce. Anyway, my disappointing son has always let father down. Looking at the direction where Tiffany disappeared, Terrace smiled bitterly and didn't say much. But everyone present understood this meaning. Raisin, the great advocate of martial arts. Although Terrace was an unparalleled genius in other aspects, his aptitude was mediocre in terms of training. Otherwise, even if Alias was, he was not. The water magic gate of time and space had a similar effect, and it only had a time limit, not a limit on the number of people who could use it. In other words, as long as time allowed, it was possible to bring others through the gate of time and space. However, this water magic actually had a lot of restrictions. However, since Terrace killed Agloo, who was about to testify in front of Raisin the Great, there must be an explanation in any case. Coincidentally, Chinrue also had the same idea. This was Adelaide's territory. Although those who were ordered to retreat might not come immediately, it was better to resolve the battle as soon as possible in case of any changes due to delay. I'm willing to accept the punishment I deserve and go to the dark furnace to reflect for half a year. Father, please grant my wish. This was obviously a misdirection. Adelaide snorted coldly. You should ask the secret agents of your secret intelligence department, not me. The most surprised was the second prince, Edmund. Although killing Agloo in front of Raisin was tantamount to confessing, he was still wary of Alias. It was just that he didn't expect that it was actually Terrace who did it. This kind of territory combined the Mammon royal family's strangest bloodline talent, the light of sin. It could continuously weaken and reduce the opponent's power. It seemed that Adelaide intended to end the battle quickly. Today, I must take down this bold guy personally. If I don't peel his skin and break his bones, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Not to mention these people. Even Edmund himself didn't believe it. This youngest brother was not a hot-headed, reckless character, but a brilliant, wise man and genius. Chinrue originally wanted to use force, but he didn't expect to cause the beautiful misunderstanding of Adelaide. He nodded naturally and imitated Mentala's tone at the time. I'm sorry, Sir General. I can't answer more of your questions due to my duties. Moreover, I hope that our discussion will be limited to the two of us and will not be disturbed by anyone. Seeing Terrace's bleak smile, many people couldn't help but show sympathy for the little prince. Let alone other things, this assassination incident alone was very strange. No matter what the inside story was, Terrace had obviously taken everything on himself. Adelaide was slightly surprised. If I didn't react quickly and change my move just now, my entire palm would be in danger of breaking. It seems that this opponent's talent is quite terrifying, but it is only talent. The huge gap in strength level is not something that can be completely compensated by talent. Humph. Raisin snorted coldly with a little murderous intention. I'm very disappointed in you. Adelaide knew that this kind of conversation couldn't be heard by outsiders, so he made a gesture. Some of the people who were originally summoned by him with some secret mark suddenly retreated far away, showing that they were well trained. Edmund, Alias, and the other princes were shocked at the same time. The Furnace of Darkness was an extremely dangerous, secret place of the royal family. It contained extremely violent dark energy. Although the Mammon royal family, who were proficient in dark energy, could use this dark energy to speed up their training, it was still extremely dangerous. Many members of the Mammon royal family had died in it. Even when Alias broke through to the demon overlord back then, he only trained behind closed doors for a month. Now Terrace was just a new demon emperor. This training lasted for half a year. It was definitely life-threatening. This was indeed not a training, but an extremely severe and real punishment. Adelaide's power was stronger than Hima's of the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor, who was killed by Chenrue in Town Lupin. He was slightly inferior to Helaer of the later stage of the Demon Emperor, but Chenrue was currently in a normal state. It was difficult to compete with the power of the early stage of the Demon Emperor. Chun Rue, the Secret Intelligence Department member, was simply a fake. Of course, he wouldn't care about these details. He said, "General, you must be joking. The first question is, where was Sir General on the day Royal Highness Second Prince was assassinated?" Chinrue had long wanted to find the third general alone to discuss some issues. It just so happened that he accompanied his teacher, Master Nate, to Adelaide's birthday party. It could be said to be effortless. As long as he set up a star point here, then he could easily pass through. "Okay, now even if you want to kill me, those dark guards will no longer approach here." Adelaide's words were a bit sarcastic. "If you have any questions, you can say it, but I remind you in advance that my time and patience are limited. It seems that Sir General has already suspected me." Chun Rue didn't want to be kind tonight. The star power in his body began to circulate at a high speed. "I'm thinking about another thing now." The surrounding aristocrats and ministers had different expressions. Just for this absurd reason? For a noble woman? "Who are you?" Adelaide was shocked. The security in this area of the inner city is extremely strict. My third general's mansion is even full of traps and protective magic circles. Even a demon overlord can't easily break in. But this person can actually appear in front of me without disturbing any traps or magic circles. In addition to his unfathomable strength, I'm afraid he has some special abilities. Didn't I just want to start a party? Who did I offend? For these people who suddenly appeared, Chinrue also felt secretly vigilant. It is indeed the third general's mansion. There are many secret protection forces. If I act rashly just now, I'm afraid it will take a lot of trouble. Raisin's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep look at Terrace. "Okay, this is the path you chose." Judging from this person's strength, he should be some kind of high-level official in the Secret Intelligence Department. Although the Secret Intelligence Department had great power, Adelaide was not only a royal family, but he was also the third person in the Empire's military, so his words were still impolite. "Then, let's go straight to the point. Why do you want to kill the people who are close to Ms. Tiffany? That is, if the general really dies in my hands, those people outside will not approach here." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure appeared in front of Adelaide in an instant, and a blade-like sharp chi slashed at his head. Not only Edmund, but no one thought that the third general's birthday party would become like this. "Sir General, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I'm here to ask you." Adelaide's mind moved, and the power of territory was released. For a time, the sky was filled with darkness. Adelaide's body also began to exude a strong dark breath. His expression became colder and colder. "Oh!" Chinrue remembered that the person who attacked him was the Secret Intelligence Department's team leader, Mentala, and he was slightly surprised. Adelaide asked, "What grade of NMO are you?" This was also the question in everyone's mind. Great Prince Alias wanted to send someone to kill Second Prince Edmund in order to get rid of the biggest enemy for the throne. So why did little Prince Terrace do this? If it were normal times, Adelaide would have already punched him. But now it happened to be after the unexpected incident at the birthday party. Thinking of the usual means of a certain department of the Bloody Empire, Adelaide couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. He asked tentatively, "Secret Intelligence Department?" Many people immediately turned their attention to the first prince, Alias. Could it be? Chinrue frowned slightly. Both Second Prince Edmund and this Terrace are interested in Tiffany? Courting death. Adelaide had already felt that the power breath of this mysterious enemy was only the early stage of the Demon Emperor. There was a considerable gap from my peak stage of the Demon Emperor. This person was definitely not from the Secret Intelligence Department. I was almost deceived just now, so I couldn't help but be furious. Now that the opponent's territory was released, Chinrue immediately felt that the power in his body showed a lot of irregular disorder. It was about to leave his body for a while, and it was flowing backward uncontrollably for a while. The reason was that it was affected by the countless intricate, strange black lines around him. "Father!" Aelius finally spoke. In the eyes of the ministers, he spoke a little late. "My brother took the blame for you, and you only speak now?" This question surprised Adelaide. His eyes flashed with doubt. "Isn't this cooperating with your secret intelligence department's actions?" However, after only a few rounds of fighting, Adelaide had already felt the strangeness of the opponent's power. This guy, whose power level was only the early stage of the Demon Emperor, seemed to be more difficult to deal with than his opponent, Bubawa, in the martial arts arena last time. He immediately put away his underestimation. Most of the people present were noble people, including the princes, so no one dared to doubt Raisin's words. Only then Chenrue personally experienced the black silk territory he saw in the martial arts arena last time. It looked like a trace, but it was actually the fusion and intertwining of countless tiny forces running at high speed. It was like water droplets converging into a river, becoming an extremely terrifying territory power. Just cutting off one or a few could not affect the entire territory. Raisin didn't give him a chance to continue. He glanced at Aelius, and Aelius only felt a terrifying breath shrouding him. He opened his mouth, but he was actually suppressed to the point that he couldn't make a sound. Tiffany shook her head as she retreated. She suddenly turned around and ran away. She disappeared at the gate in an instant. At this moment, Adelaide suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. He saw a person in a cloak suddenly appeared in the yard. The person was wearing a cloak. He still couldn't see his true face under the bright moonlight. He seemed to be wearing some kind of mask. He guessed it right. The reason why the cloaked man appeared silently in front of Adelaide was because of a special ability, Stargate. Reason. A cold voice covered all the whispers, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. This was Raisin's voice. "The mastermind is the secret intelligence department." Adelaide reached out to grab Chenrue's palm blade, intending to cripple the opponent's palm. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged in his heart. Years of combat experience made him immediately make the most correct judgment. He changed his grip into a fist and hit the back of Aura Blade. Although Aura Blade S-Blade was extremely sharp, the back of the blade couldn't hurt people. This blow also shook away the invisible blade Aura. A thin mark suddenly appeared on the ground beside Adelaide. The depth was extremely amazing. It showed the sharpness of this blade. Terrace looked deeply at the panic in Tiffany's beautiful eyes and nodded. "I really like it very much. I can't help it." From the beginning to the end, Raisin looked at all this coldly. Even if Terrace stabbed Aigla to death, he didn't mean to stop it, just like he always took a bystander attitude towards the prince's battles. As soon as Raisin and the princes left, the rest of the ministers and nobles also left. A birthday party ended on a bad note. Just as Adelaide was pondering, a confidant came forward and handed a letter. Adelaide took the letter, dismissed the people around him, opened it, and frowned. He exerted a little force in his hand, and the letter suddenly turned into ashes. The third general's mansion. The sudden change in the birthday party shocked everyone. "No matter who dares to spread what happened today, he will die," Raisin said calmly and got up suddenly. "Go back to the palace!" Chapter 446. Before advancing to the 5-star evolution, Chenrue's biggest killer move was the Scorching Dragon. The Scorching Dragon could directly transform into the most powerful attack skill, Scorching Dragon Kill, and it could also transform into an enhanced skill, Scorching Dragon Possession, that fused with himself. In Town Lupin, Chenrue relied on the Scorching Dragon to kill the elite dark elemental, Himes, who was at the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor. Although he didn't know if Halair, who was at the peak stage of the Demon Emperor, could survive the Scorching Dragon Kill. If it weren't for Bracket, Halair's result would be either serious injuries or annihilation. Scorching Dragon Kill was an extremely fierce killer move. Even Chenrue himself couldn't control his life and death. Scorching Dragon Possession was much better, but Chenrue didn't intend to use Scorching Dragon Possession now, because the number of faith crystals had reached 6,000 now. It was enough to activate the 5-star skill that he hadn't tried before. Royal Star Transformation, active skill. Powerful combat form transformation. There is a time limit. The specific form is unknown. It requires an additional 100,000 aura value and 1,000 faith crystals. Since it was a powerful combat form transformation, its power must be above the 4-star Scorching Dragon Possession. Adelaide had already used the strongest black evil territory power. He secretly thought that no matter how difficult this early stage of the Demon Emperor opponent was, he should be able to defeat him in a few minutes. However, a faint sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. He never thought that there would be such a big gap in strength between the two sides, and this sense of crisis would actually appear when he had already gone all out. Adelaide had experienced many battles, so he did not ignore this sense of crisis because the opponent's strength was weak. He did not hesitate at the moment. The power of the territory burst out, and the steaming black evil territory appeared on his fist. He attacked Chenrue with all his might. At this moment, Adelaide saw the light. The star-like light flashed on the enemy's body, and it became more and more dazzling. Even the black evil territory covered this strong light. If it weren't for the shielding of the general's mansion's magic circle, perhaps this light had penetrated the territory and the night. The people in this area could see the extremely bright flash. In the general's mansion, some of the dark guards who had retreated far away saw this light that penetrated part of the magic circle. But due to the isolation of the magic circle, they couldn't hear any sound. Besides, Adelaide had previously instructed them, so no one disobeyed the order and approached here. The sense of crisis in Adelaide's heart became stronger and stronger. His eyes couldn't see anything for a while, so he could only rely on his feelings to attack the source of the light crazily. It felt as if his fist had struck some kind of expanding external energy, and he was unable to hit the enemy within for a while. The expansion of the terrifying energy became more and more intense. Adelaide felt an almost irresistible force coming head-on. His entire body suddenly lost balance, and he flew backward like he was riding on a cloud. He finally stabilized his body with the help of territory power. At this moment, the dazzling light finally began to recede, and the figure in it gradually became clear. This was a complete and gorgeous set of armor, complete with armor, helmet, mask, combat boots, gauntlets, and so on. Blue, white, and gold formed this gorgeous armor that could hardly be described with accurate adjectives. Noble, elegant, solemn. Perhaps in the end, it could only be expressed with the word perfect. Chenrue looked at the armor that appeared on his body in surprise. This armor that was flashing with a soft light like stardust had almost no weight, but it felt like it was connected to his flesh and blood. It was not a simple artifact or armor, but a form that perfectly integrated his star power, strength, will, and even the attributes of the items originally equipped on his body and produced a qualitative change. It was completely different from the mania and violence of Scorching Dragon Possession, but it was a kind of tranquility that contained infinite brilliance. It could be as silent as the starry sky, and it could also burst out the gorgeous and dazzling brilliance of a supernova explosion. Compared with the appearance of the simple and gorgeous armor, what surprised Chenrue even more was that the power flowing in his body was no longer the circulation of the human body, but it was a real galaxy territory, just like the supersystem stellar system. This is the Royal Star transformation. Adelaide shouted. The power of the black evil territory had risen to the apex. It was even above the battle with Bubois. A long spear appeared in his hand. He was obviously going all out. The feeling that this early stage of the Demon Emperor gave him was too terrifying. Previously, his strength was still suppressed, but now he could hardly feel the specific power level. Adelaide's long spear waved toward Chenrue in the air, and a large amount of condensed dark energy burst out. The black evil territory's power of the entire territory turned into countless black lightning, bombarding toward Chenrue one after another. Chenrue had been thinking about something. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the black evil territory's lightning, a strange black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as this black hole appeared, the entire territory's space began to become distorted. It seemed to be affected by some kind of terrifying, devouring power. Adelaide felt that the power he emitted was uncontrollably leaking toward the black hole. He actually couldn't stop it. What kind of terrifying talent or secret skill is this? If this goes on, my power will be devoured. Chenrue just tried the use of the Royal Star transformation. Sure enough, the star devouring that could only be used in the super system could actually be used in reality. Adelaide made a prompt decision to detonate the power that was transmitted over. However, the terrifying thing was that the huge power and shock of the territory explosion actually shook the terrifying black hole. Even the light of the explosion was devoured by the devouring. Fortunately, Adelaide finally cut off the power that he continued to lose through this explosion. But the backlash caused by this self-explosion made him suffer a lot. Even with the indestructible body, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood under the high-speed reversal of power. Adelaide did not back down. He once again raised his power. With a bounce of his feet, he actually rushed directly toward the black hole. The enemy's strongest point was sometimes the weakest possibility. There was no good way at the moment, so it was better to stake it all on one throw. At this moment, the black hole disappeared again. Adelaide thought that he had succeeded in forcing the opponent to put away the secret skill. He immediately shook his spear and attacked Chenrue with all his strength. The sky was filled with the whistling sound of tearing air. Adelaide attacked fiercely for a while, seemingly suppressing the enemy firmly, but gradually he seemed to find something wrong. The opponent only used one hand. Adelaide was shocked. What is this concept? A demon emperor-level opponent can use one hand to stop this level of fierce attack in my territory? Chenrue was just trying to adapt while using the power of the Royal Star transformation. He was also secretly shocked. If it weren't for the display of the analytical eyes, he would have thought that the enemy of the peak stage of the demon emperor opposite him had become weak. The Royal Star transformation can actually be so strong. This overwhelming feeling of controlling the overall situation is simply a real qualitative change. Adelaide felt that the weapon in his hand was tightened. It had been grabbed by the opponent with one hand. He couldn't shake it even with all his strength. As soon as Chenrue shook his hand, Adelaide felt that he could no longer hold the spear firmly, and he flew out involuntarily. Before his body landed, he felt that the entire black murderous territory had turned into a sky full of stars. In the next second, the stars actually exploded. In an instant, Adelaide seemed to have an illusion that his limbs and even his soul were completely collapsing with this explosion. Not only that, but it seemed that the entire world was disintegrating and collapsing in that terrifying, destructive breath. This illusion became Adelaide's last consciousness before he fainted. The dark guards who retreated to the distance and were on standby saw the strange light change, gradually faded and returned to normal. After a long time, Adelaide's figure appeared in sight again, and he issued an order. Remove the alert and all retreat. Only then did the dark guards really remove the alert. They disappeared into the darkness. However, they did not notice that there was already a faint yellow light in the general's eyes at this time. To be precise, this Adelaide was no longer that Adelaide. Puppet. The 2 puppet slots of the god-eating mask were finally full again. Originally, with Adelaide's strength, Chenrue could not make him into a puppet, but Adelaide was severely injured by the last big move. Moreover, Chenrue was in the state of the Royal Star transformation. Adelaide's strength was suppressed without any suspense, so he only resisted for a while before his will collapsed. He became a puppet that was completely controlled by his mind. The effect of the royal star transformation was far beyond imagination. If the scorching dragon kill could make Qinrui almost invincible in the realm of the peak stage of the Demon Emperor as an early stage of the Demon Emperor, then the royal star transformation enabled him to have the real power to challenge beyond ranks. In fact, Qinrui did not fully exert the power of the royal star transformation just now. He just tried the star devouring and the basic power. The last blow was the star explosion. If he didn't try his best to suppress the power, perhaps Adelaide would have been smashed into pieces. Adelaide, who became a puppet, was completely obedient to Qinrui. After ordering the dark guards to leave, he began to lead Qinrui to the house and told him everything he knew. To Qinrui's surprise, Adelaide was also a part of the blood fall. Among the 3 generals of the empire, in addition to the mysterious second general, Meister, the first general, Gustav, and the third general, Adelaide, were actually the people of the Bloodfall. It seemed that the Bloodfall's infiltration of the Bloody Empire was far higher than that of the other 2 empires. If the leader of the Bloodfall was Raisin, then this kind of infiltration of the empire that he firmly controlled was completely unnecessary. Raisin, the biggest suspect, could basically be ruled out. Adelaide did not join the Bloodfall for too long. As a condition of joining, the Bloodfall promised that he would ascend to the position of the 3rd general. Sure enough, Adelaide became a popular contender for the position of the 3rd general. His biggest competitor was also an opponent like Bubua, whose personal strength was inferior to him. He finally got what he wanted. Adelaide joined the Bloodfall not too long ago. As a condition of joining, the Bloodfall promised that he would ascend to the position of the 3rd general. Sure enough, Adelaide became a popular contender for the position of the 3rd general. His biggest competitor was also an opponent like Bubua, whose personal strength was inferior to him. He finally got what he wanted. After becoming the 3rd general, Adelaide felt more mysterious about the power of this organization. It was the order of the 2nd prince, Edmund, to eliminate the people who were too close to the noble lady, Tiffany. He also gave Adelaide the power to mobilize part of the secret intelligence department. This made Qinrui more certain that the 2nd prince, Edmund, coveted Tiffany or had a special purpose. That kind of special store was specially prepared for Tiffany by Edmund using the privilege of hosting the trade fair. It was probably to please her. Otherwise, there would be no promise of 10 times the reward. However, coincidentally, Adelaide also received an order from the Bloodfall at the same time to eliminate the person who invited Tiffany and to kill all the people related to that person. This order was more vicious than Edmund's. Although Adelaide was puzzled, the content of the 2 orders was roughly the same, so he mobilized the secret intelligence department to follow the order. Not only Qinrui's incarnation of Simon was in danger, but even Tess was also implicated. Why is the purpose of the Bloodfall and Edmund the same? If Edmund's purpose is to get Tiffany, then what is the purpose of the Bloodfall? By the way, it seems that there is also a person worthy of attention who is also interested in Tiffany, the little prince, Terrace. Terrace's behavior at the cocktail party tonight was thought-provoking. Such a smart and rational person was obviously irrational in this matter. Was he trying to take the blame for it? Confession? Putting on a show? But in the end, he willingly went to the dangerous place of the dark furnace to be punished. It was certain that Edmund, Terrace, and the Bloodfall were very concerned about Tiffany. Qinrui couldn't help but have strong doubts and curiosity about the mysterious noble lady of the Bloody Empire. Unfortunately, even a royal family like Edmund didn't know much about her. He only knew that Tiffany was a mysterious royal lady who was valued by Raisin. She would only appear every once in a while, and she rarely showed up. As for usual times, she was basically invisible. Another noble lady. Tiffany and Christina are obviously different situations. Christina is Catherine's incarnation to act at special moments. So what is Tiffany's identity? Qinrui learned some more information from Adelaide. He felt that his body gradually had a strange fatigue. It seemed to be the sequela caused by the excitement state of the royal star transformation, overdrawing star power and physical strength. He couldn't stay at the moment, so he opened the star gate and rushed back to the location of another star point, which was his room in the Mechanic Association. Although Adelaide was made into a puppet in a place like the Bloody Empire where powerhouses were everywhere and the Bloodfall was the most powerful, it was very likely to be seen through, so he must find a way to hide. Coincidentally, before Chun Rue's arrival, Adelaide received an order from Edmund to let him, the third general, stay at home with the excuse of illness. He would not take care of the army's affairs for the time being and cooperate with Edmund's other actions to further pressure Raisin. He would not stop until Great Prince Aelius was severely injured. Adelaide just took this opportunity to live in seclusion to avoid exposure. At least he had to maintain normal before Chinrue completed the most critical thing. As soon as Chinrue returned to the room, the feeling of exhaustion became stronger and stronger. Before he could even take off his clothes, he had fallen asleep on the bed. Chapter 447. Chinrue slept for 2 days and 2 nights. After waking up, he found that there were 2 more maids in the room taking care of him. After seeing him wake up, a maid immediately ran out of the room. Soon, Nate appeared in front of Chinrue. "Richard, what's wrong with you? You suddenly fell asleep for so long. I can't even wake you up." Nate's tone was filled with reproach-like concern. Before he matured as a prey, he naturally had to take good care of himself. Chinrue took the rice porridge handed over by the maid and looked at the 2 maids. They just drank the porridge without making a sound. Nate understood and immediately asked the maids to retreat. Chinrue then spoke. The first sentence he said was, "Teacher, it seems that my hunch is accurate. The magic eye is indeed going to mutate. Is it true?" There was a flash of extreme excitement in Nate's eyes. This excitement seemed to have a strange heat. Chinrue saw it and nodded affirmatively. "Lethargy is one of the signs. Just like last time, I don't know how the teacher's preparation is. If you can go to the 4th floor of the book collection pavilion and absorb a lot of new information, it should be the opportunity to induce the mutation." "I'm almost ready. Tell me about the mutation of the magic eye last time. Let's see what other conditions are needed. We must succeed this time." Nate emphasized the word "we" as if they were a family. If Chinrue didn't know his details long ago, he might really be touched. Let me think. After meeting the requirements, I still need some rare magic materials. After absorbing those materials, the mutation should be truly completed. The more complete and rare the materials are, the higher the success rate of mutation will be, and the stronger the ability after mutation will be. Chinrue's target was no longer limited to the mystery of the 4th floor, but also the materials of the Bloody Empire Mechanic Association. According to his plan, the magic eye was about to mutate, and the master-apprentice script with Nate was coming to an end. This should be the last chance, so it would be a waste if he didn't get it. Were you like this before? When Nate heard that a lot of precious materials were needed, he was a little suspicious again. Chinrue was already prepared. My teacher used to help me like this. Initially, due to the lack of materials, several mutations failed, and it was almost life-threatening. Later, I went bankrupt and spent a lot of effort to gather some materials. Finally, the mutation was successful. Nate thought that Chinrue was at best just a little apprentice who had just become a mechanic. He usually respected his teacher. Besides, the Mechanic Association was his territory. Even if Chinrue wanted to play, he couldn't play any tricks. His suspicion was immediately gone. He nodded. "The magic materials are not a problem. The preparations to enter the 4th floor are almost done. Now, it depends on your physical condition. As long as you recover, you can go. I probably need about 3 days to recover to my best state." Chinrue wanted to say that he could go immediately, but he changed his mind after thinking about it. "And the talent mutation is a big deal. You must be cautious. Then you should take a good rest now and adjust your physical and mental power to the peak state. After 3 days, I will take you to the 4th floor of the book collection hall." Nate exhorted a few words, then left the room. Time passed quickly. 3 days had passed in a flash. In these 3 days, Chenrue sometimes rested in the room, sometimes went out for a breath of fresh air, and sometimes went shopping. He seemed to be adjusting his state. "Are you sure you are almost ready?" Nate looked at the energetic Chenrue in front of him and asked again worriedly, "And, teacher, let's go." Nate gave Chenrue a cloak and a pair of glasses, instructing him to wear them before entering the 4th floor. Otherwise, he would encounter terrifying danger. Seeing Nate being so cautious, Chenrue didn't dare to be careless. The two directly passed through the first 3 floors of the book collection hall and came to the entrance of the 4th floor. This was a thick door with countless quaint patterns. It seemed to be locked, but this door did not have anything like a keyhole. A touch of bright red appeared on Nate's fingertips. He pressed toward the door, and the blood flew out automatically and landed on several specific positions on the door. Those patterns began to change strangely automatically, and they finally combined into 18 ring-shaped, luminous imprints. With a rumbling sound, the door slowly opened. Chenrue's pupils contracted slightly. Others might not understand these 18 imprints, but he couldn't be more familiar with them. These were the basic runes engraved on the 18 ancient rune slabs in Rala's hands. The 4th floor of the book collection hall is actually related to ancient runes. Chenrue's thoughts immediately thought of the Shadow Empire's ancient magic tower that he had never had the chance to go to again. It seems that the foundation of the mechanic alliance of the 2 empires is not trivial. In contrast, the fallen Angel Empire seems inferior. The door opened, and inside was a large hall. However, apart from a circle of blue light on the ground in the center, there was nothing else in the hall. Chenrue knew that the 4th floor that was rumored to be amazing was definitely not so simple, so he didn't ask much or act rashly. He followed Nate honestly. "Quick, put on those 2 things and walk in. Otherwise, as soon as the symbol light on the door disappears, the door will close. It can't be opened again within 7 days." Chenrue quickly put on his cloak, put on his glasses, and walked in. Then Nate took out some materials and inlaid them into the groove around the halo. The halo suddenly began to become dazzling, and a blue space door appeared in the center. This should be the real entrance. After stepping into the spatial gate, Xiao Chen's mind shook, and he appeared in another location. To be precise, this was a world. There were countless small worlds in the world. They were constantly changing various images or lusters as if they were entrances. Chenrue was clearly floating in the air without a foothold. But every step he took, translucent steps would automatically appear for him to step on. It was very magical. "Richard, this space contains countless mysterious knowledge and power. You can choose one of these entrances to browse through or comprehend it. No matter what you see, as long as you can remember or comprehend even a trace of its mysteries, you'll benefit greatly. But there is also great danger in it. The cloak and glasses on your body are for protection. Remember, you can't take them off at any time. Moreover, these 2 items also have a time limit. Once the glasses emit a warning red light, you must not hesitate. You must immediately crush the red jade lock on the cloak, and it will send you directly to the entrance of the outside door. There is definitely more than one master who has died here. You must remember this." After speaking, Nate chose an entrance. He didn't know what method he used, but the image of the world entrance suddenly froze on a scene. Nate immediately entered it, and the image returned to the rapid refresh. This Sir Teacher obviously went to comprehend on his own. It seemed that Nate's previous closed-door training was carried out on this mysterious 4th floor by abusing his power for personal gain. Chenrue used analytical eyes to identify the cloak and glasses on his body. He found that there were no special attributes, but the material was quite special. There were some strange patterns inside which seemed to contain mysterious effects. For example, the material of the glasses had some kind of filtering effect, but to be on the safe side, it was better to be careful. He curiously came to those small worlds, chose one at random, and walked in. Suddenly, he felt a distortion in the space, and he had entered a new world. This was an endless ocean which was beautiful and mysterious. From time to time, strange fishes jumped out, glided at low altitude for a while, and fell into the water again, causing a splash. The wonderful thing was that when Chen Rui's consciousness fell on that kind of fish, he suddenly felt that he had changed his perspective. He became this fish, gliding in the air and swimming in the water. At the same time, some information appeared in Chen Rui's mind. Missile fish, a specialty fish of the Dead Sea. Lifespan of 50 years. Characteristics: bounce, low altitude gliding. This discovery made Chen Rui very surprised. Then he saw a half-naked female siren, water elementals, and other rare marine creatures. There were even huge and terrifying deep-sea demonic beasts. Chen Rui could not only obtain the information of every creature, but he could also transform into these species with his consciousness. He could act and feel their habits and life in the sea from a first-person perspective. This small world was the database about the Dead Sea. Although it was not particularly comprehensive, and there would be some ominous prompts, it had already made Chen Rui greatly impressed in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a method of obtaining knowledge or information. This method of learning was much better than the ordinary reading of books. If learning in his world could be carried out in this way, perhaps there would be a qualitative breakthrough in the world of education. Although Chen Rui liked this world of the Dead Sea very much, he knew that the main purpose of coming here today was to find fertile yuan soil. Especially the cloak and glasses on his body still had a time limit, so he didn't stay too long and exited again. Chen Rui entered a world of lightning and thunder for the second time. There was actually a palace with a strange style in the clouds. There were all creatures whose lower bodies were like whirlwinds, wind elementals. Wind elementals, elementals condensed by the power of wind elements, lived somewhere in the human world. Their nest was called the Cloud Palace. Wind elementals were good at flying. They were characterized by swift movements, weak physique, and defense. Their lightning and storm magic attacks were powerful. To Chen Rui's surprise, the disorderly lightning flying near the Cloud Palace gave him the feeling that it was not an illusion, but it had a real damage effect. However, when the lightning hit his body, it slipped away. It should be the effect of the special cloak on his body. Chen Rui had little interest in the wind elementals, so he immediately left the world of the Cloud Palace and began his search. The world of the fourth floor space was by no means what was seen on the surface. The entrance to each world would change its image, and each image represented a new space. Some had not even been repeated until now. He didn't know how many worlds there were on the fourth floor. Fortunately, Chen Rui had the skill, deep analysis. The images or luster of the world changing were actually a kind of preview. Although the changes were rapid in the eyes of deep analysis, which was equivalent to high-speed computing of a computer, it was not much faster than slow-motion playback. Chen Rui remembered the changes of various worlds. Then he began to screen quickly. After repeated experiments, Chen Rui finally found a mountain in a world. Although it looked like an ordinary white mountain range, a few words that made Chen Rui excited appeared in his consciousness. Sacred Mountain, Sacred. Chapter 448. It turned out that Sacred also had the nickname of Sacred Mountain, but the information in this world was much simpler than others. There were only some special introductions of animals and plants. Blast bird, mutated bird. Impatient, strong likes and dislikes. Its beak and claws are poisonous. It has the attribute of self-destruction. Gargoyle, ancient alchemy product. It has the ability to fly. Some of the mutated ones have independent thinking, strong defense, Immunity to psychic magic and magic damage is halved. Manticore, mutated demonic beast. It has the body of a lion and the tail of a scorpion. It moves quickly. Its claws and teeth are highly poisonous. It can paralyze the enemy. Its tail is 10 times more poisonous than its claws and teeth. This demonic beast is powerful and has a fierce temperament. It will actively attack those who invade its territory. Chinrue frowned slightly. He had witnessed the fierce battle between Sabrina and the Manticore in the Crystal Valley. This kind of demonic beast is very difficult to deal with. Moreover, after the Manticore was tortured and experimented on at that time, its combat power had been greatly reduced. An ordinary demon emperor might not even be its opponent. At this time, a huge black shadow appeared in the air above the White Mountain range. Chinrue was taken aback when he saw it. This was a giant dragon with a length of more than 10 meters. It had a ferocious appearance and a black body. Its dark scales were like armor, reflecting the light of an obsidian under the light. Black dragon, dark breath. Immunity to all low-level magic. High-level magic damage is reduced by 90%. The stronger the talent, the higher the immunity. It can reach up to 99%. Compared with other dragons, it was slightly inferior in endurance and speed. The talents of the Black Dragon and the Crystal Dragon were very similar. They were both the nemesis of magic. Compared with the Crystal Dragon's complete immunity to magic, the Black Dragon could be immune to low-level magic. It could reduce high-level magic damage by 90%. It was still the base, up to 99%, which was almost equivalent to immunity. The Black Dragon also had a feature that the Crystal Dragon did not have. It could use high-level potions. Chinrue was secretly shocked. Mountain Secred not only has a beast like the Manticore, but there is also a Black Dragon. No wonder Tiffany said that it is not a place that I, Merchant Simon, can go. In the introduction of the rest of the species, Chinrue finally found the fertile yuan soil that he had been looking for a long time. Fertile yuan soil, a wonderful item with the earth origin power. It can greatly enhance the earth origin power and even induce some unknown mutation, but it has a strong solidifying effect on the body. It is not suitable for non-special creatures. Chinrue nodded. Fertile yuan soil is indeed a wonderful thing. The only side effect is to solidify the body. However, for the earth elementals, it should only be good and not bad. No wonder there is such a note at the end. According to this information, Mountain Secred was in the Saxville mountain range in the northern part of the Bloody Empire. The specific location was unknown, but he already had a rough direction. Besides, the appearance of Mountain Secred was much better than the original headless fly bumping around randomly. Although there were terrifying creatures such as manticores and even black dragons in Mountain Secred, and the specific location of fertile yuan soil was unknown. How could he turn back now that he had come this far? He had to take a look no matter what. After finding the news of fertile yuan soil, Chinrue's heart finally settled down. There should still be time to stay here now, so it was better to walk around and collect more valuable information. There were indeed a lot of good things in the world of the fourth floor. Many of them were lost experiences or knowledge that had even surpassed the scope of Mechanic Master. Chinrue didn't know who left them, but they were amazing enough to be comparable to the ancient magic tower of the Shadow Empire. Chinrue used deep analysis to enter the non-repeating world to obtain information and knowledge, but a strange feeling in his heart gradually became clear. This feeling was a bit familiar. It seemed that the entire world of the fourth floor was permeated with some kind of breath that was constantly circulating and growing. Perhaps this was the root and driving force of these worlds. The more he entered and exited these worlds, the stronger the feeling was. It seemed to be vast and boundless, but it also seemed that the stars were moving. It couldn't be described in accurate words. Even the star power in his body began to fluctuate uncontrollably. It should be pulled by an unknown force. As Chinrue felt the strange fluctuations in his body, he was suddenly enlightened. He boldly took off the pair of glasses, although Nate had repeatedly instructed that he couldn't take off the glasses at any time. Chenrue didn't know why he just took it off, as if everything was instinctive. As soon as he took off the glasses, Chenrue felt a bang in his mind. All the scenes suddenly changed. The world and the data were gone, leaving only the flickering and rotating symbols in the sky. When Chenrue saw those symbols, he was shocked. Ancient runes. They were all the runes of ancient runes. It was not a single word or sentence handle. The entire world was composed of ancient runes. If what he and Rolla studied before were words, short sentences, and at best, the highest was a paragraph, then these ancient runes in front of him were a coherent and complete masterpiece. The wonders of the entire fourth floor, as well as the strange feeling of wanting to remember many times when he went out, were all the effects of the ancient runes. All the ancient runes were derived from the 18 basic runes, just like the radicals of Chinese characters. However, literacy was only the first step. Not to mention that Rolla and Chenrue hadn't fully understood the basic runes transformed by the 18 stone slabs. Even if they knew all the characters, it didn't mean that they could write an article, let alone a good work. The world in front of them was obviously a quite perfect and gorgeous work. If Rolla was here, she would definitely go crazy with excitement. There were countless unknown ancient runes, phrases, sentence handles, and even paragraph connections. Not to mention the worlds created in it. These ancient runes themselves were priceless treasures. Although Chenrue had activated deep analysis, it was too late to take a closer look at these priceless treasures because the power that was only flowing slowly in his body had boiled under the effect of this vision. It was almost uncontrollable. With this boiling, the ancient runes in the entire space began to change. A strong and dangerous breath came overwhelmingly. Compared with this vast and huge power, Chenrue felt that he was only equivalent to an insignificant dust in the space. There was no possibility of resistance at all. If that breath was compared to a living body, it only took one thought to completely annihilate him. Whether it was teleportation or Stargate, he couldn't activate them for a while. Chenrue was shocked. He finally understood what the familiar breath contained in this mysterious space was. Territory. This kind of territory is by no means an ordinary level of power. Compared with it, the territory of Demon Emperor and Demon Overlord is as small as a stream in front of a surging river. Demigod territory. The book collection hall on the 4th floor of the Bloody Empire's Mechanic Association is actually a demigod territory constructed by ancient runes. It wasn't the first time that Chenrue faced the demigod territory. The last time was in the Rainbow Valley experiment. Although the trace of demigod territory's breath was also an ownerless demigod territory, the complete territory in front of him was obviously incomparable to the trace breath. Besides, it wasn't completely the law of destruction. Even if Chenrue wanted to use some kind of power to assimilate or avoid it, he couldn't do it. He was about to be annihilated in an instant, but when the overwhelming, terrifying power touched him, it seemed to slip away due to some kind of rule, as if Chenrue was an exception. Of course, this phenomenon was not because of Chenrue's insignificant power, but the effect of the cloak on his body. Chenrue, who was still in shock, finally came back to his senses. He suddenly understood the purpose of the cloak and glasses. This demigod territory space can obviously sense strange emotional fluctuations and changes or active attacks. The function of the glasses can shield the user's emotional fluctuations and filter out the form of the origin of the ancient runes, so that the intruder can't see these symbols with strange energy. They can only see what the ancient runes showed, which was the meaning expressed, which was each world. The cloak should contain some kind of special rule in the territory. Without anyone deliberately presiding, this special rule could make the user immune from the ordinary damage of the territory power. It was a bit similar to a VIP premium account with corresponding privileges. After Chenrue figured out these things, he calmed down. The fluctuations of the territory really began to calm down a lot, but the tide-like power still rushed toward him. Fortunately, the special rule of the cloak still existed, so it didn't cause any damage. Sure enough, the demigod territory is not so simple. As Chunrui was about to put on the glasses, his heart suddenly moved. He let the demigod-level power continue to rush toward him, and he didn't control the surging power in his body. He just relaxed his mind and activated the analysis skill of analytical eyes. He floated and sank along with a huge force, savoring the mysterious feeling. Last time in the demigod space in the Rainbow Valley, Chunrui once realized a trace of the basic law, which greatly improved the territory power. Now in this more complete and more powerful demigod territory world, it was just the right time to further strengthen the understanding of the basic law and make it more perfect. Sure enough, under the collection of the analysis information, this kind of realization became more and more profound. There seemed to be a lot of things that didn't exist before. It seemed that some window paper was poked through. An idea flashed in Chunrui's mind. The power in his body suddenly began to match with the outside, and it even triggered a certain resonance. This was a kind of precious epiphany of telepathy. However, the surrounding environment was not a joke. Once the resonance exceeded the protective power of the cloak, then the terrifying breath in the territory could instantly turn Chunrui into ashes. Although it was quite risky, Chunrui was probably the first person in the entire demon realm who could use the power of the demigod territory to cultivate and realize the law at the demon emperor level. Chunrui didn't want to understand the mystery of the demigod territory. What he wanted to do was to use the demigod territory to consolidate and deepen his basic law so that he could derive his own power in the future. In a certain world, Nate, who had been meditating, suddenly felt the strangeness around him. It seemed that the scenery of the world was changing and trembling violently as if it was being strongly interfered with. This was undoubtedly very abnormal. Nate did not dare to stay for a long time, and he hurriedly exited this world. However, when he left and came to the initial big menu world, he was taken aback. He saw Richard floating in the air. One moment he was thrown high into the sky, and the next moment he fell rapidly. To his horror, there seemed to be no glasses on Richard's face. His eyes were closed tightly, and his body was out of control as if he was dead. Stupid thing, I warned him in advance, but he still took off his glasses. Even I, the top master of the demon realm, don't dare to do that. This little brat actually, if it weren't for the greatest value of Richard, Nate wished he could personally tear this guy who affected his comprehension into pieces. At this moment, Nate's glasses suddenly lit up in red. The time limit for staying here was almost up. Danger. Chapter 449. Facing the alarm of the glasses, Nate looked at Chunrui, who was still flying up and down in the air. He gritted his teeth and crushed the red lock on the cloak without hesitation. His figure disappeared in an instant, and he had already appeared outside the door of the 4th floor. When Nate came out, Chunrui had already felt it. He even knew the hateful lust. His current perception had been in sync with the rhythm of the entire demigod territory to a very subtle degree, and the comprehension of the law in his heart was about to come to an end. However, Chunrui also felt the alarm of the glasses at the same time. Judging from the situation where Nate gave up his prey and fled without hesitation, it was indeed urgent. Nate's statement that more than one master died on the 4th floor was by no means shocking. Chunrui had sensed that a certain law on the cloak was fading, and the sense of crisis transmitted through the law suddenly increased. Time is almost up. The protection of the cloak was almost on the verge of disintegration. Once it disintegrated, just a little breath could obliterate a foreign creature like him. This was a complete obliteration. Even with the regeneration feature, he couldn't be resurrected. Chunrui's hand couldn't help but hold the red lock. However, his comprehension was almost close to perfection. This kind of epiphany opportunity was too rare. Judging from Nate's attitude when he left just now, Even if what Chinrue expected didn't happen this time, he probably wouldn't be allowed to come to the 4th floor next time. Even if he could come here, he might not have this kind of epiphany again. More importantly, after learning about fertile Yuan soil, Chinrue should leave the Bloody Empire capital and go to the Saxville mountain range in the north to visit Mountain Secret. The law of the cloak weakened further, and it was in danger of collapsing at any time. At the critical moment of life and death, Chinrue became calm instead. He continued to maintain the mysterious mental state of epiphany, the wonderful epiphany brought by the epiphany condensed with unprecedented clarity. The power in his body was less and less affected by the external fluctuations. It gradually formed a separate cycle, as if it was a game of its own in a big chess game. To be precise, it was a territory within a territory. Moreover, it was within the domain of a demigod. Just when the last trace of realization was about to be completed, there was a soft poof sound. The entire cloak began to decay and disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as the power of the territory frantically annihilated the cloak and was about to wrap Chinrue, it suddenly paused inexplicably. If the owner of the demigod-level territory could see the situation, he would definitely be surprised. A demon emperor-level little ant can actually stop such a manic demigod territory power? This pause only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it surged forward at an even more ferocious speed. In the blink of an eye, it had flooded the target's position. At the same time, Chinrue's figure suddenly appeared outside the door of the 4th floor, gasping for breath. It could be said that it was a matter of life and death just now, but he finally used that precious second to crush the lock and successfully escape. If he was a second slower, even if he had the strength of a demon overlord now, he would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being annihilated. But he finally escaped successfully. Not only that, but he also obtained the extremely precious realization of the basic law. Countless demon overlord powerhouses could not comprehend the demigod law in their lifetime. Chinrue's trip this time was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Coupled with the massive information and materials, including the whereabouts of fertile Yuan soil, this trip to the book collection hall could be described as a huge gain. Chinrue laughed out loud. His gaze fell on the gloomy Nate, and his laughter still did not stop. Nate was about to speak with a sullen face, but Chinrue had already walked over quickly. He said excitedly, "Teacher, my magic eyes are about to mutate soon." A glimmer of light flashed in Nate's eyes. He couldn't be bothered to settle the score. His surprise was overflowing, really. "It's true." Chinrue looked extremely excited. "Teacher, I sense the information of the magic eyes mutation. In addition to the original materials, I also need fire spirit crystal sand, superb borscht, fertile Yuan soil. What is fertile Yuan soil?" Nate frowned. Chinrue's move was a deliberate test. Seeing that Nate really didn't know, he immediately changed his words. "It doesn't matter if there are 1 or 2 missing. It's just that every more of these materials, the success rate of mutation will increase by 1 point, and it will also make the mutated magic eyes more powerful. This should be the ultimate form of the magic eyes. Except for fertile Yuan soil, I have everything else." Nate replied without hesitation. Although he was the president and could use his privilege to transfer 3 materials every month, there were so many materials now, and they were all rare materials. No matter how much the discount was, he still needed a lot of contribution points. However, these were all external objects. Compared with the ultimate form of the magic eyes, their value was much smaller. "Okay, teacher, I will wait for you in my room. I may need some help from you later." "Okay, I will go to the warehouse to exchange for materials now." Nate turned around and left. He suddenly remembered something and added, "You go back to your room immediately. For the sake of safety, don't tell anyone before the magic eyes really mutates. Don't have too much contact with anyone on the way." If Master Turius said the sentence, Chinrue would definitely not have any extra thoughts. But it was Nate who said this, and Chenrue also sensed some special emotional fluctuations. This was intriguing. "Don't worry, teacher. I won't let anyone disturb me." Chenrue turned around and left with the same intriguing smile on his face. Soon after, Nate brought all the materials that could be gathered. For the sake of insurance, he also set up a disturbance prevention magic circle near Chenrue's room. Under Nate's gaze, Chenrue put the magic materials in front of him one by one. He put his hands on them as if he was staring at them. In the blink of an eye, the magic material disappeared. Followed by another one, Nate could be sure that Chenrue didn't have any space items in his hands. Unless it was the space magic that had been lost for many years. Otherwise, it was really absorbed by the magic eyes. The answer to this question could be easily found. If this disciple of intermediate demon knows space magic, then isn't Nate a god powerhouse? The fact is that Nate is indeed not a god powerhouse, but that disciple really knows space magic. After the last piece of material was absorbed by Chenrue, Chenrue closed his eyes. His body emitted a strange fluctuation. Even Nate, a great demon king, felt that this fluctuation was extremely mysterious. After a long time, the fluctuation finally subsided, and Richard slowly opened his eyes. "How is it?" Nate held his breath just now and didn't dare to disturb him. Now he stepped forward and asked loudly. Chenrue's eyes glowed with a burning light. "Teacher, your strength is the intermediate stage of Great Demon King? By the way, your strength and spirit power are the intermediate stage of Great Demon King, and your speed and physical strength are the early stage of Great Demon King." Nate was shocked. "My strength and characteristics are actually seen through by an intermediate demon. Does this mean that the mutation is a complete success? The mutated magic eyes can actually see through the target's strength. This should only be a part of the mutated functions of the magic eyes. Teacher, can you show me your space ring?" As soon as he finished speaking, Nate took it off and handed it to him without hesitation. Chenrue pretended to look at it for a while. This ring should use the proto technique as the baseline. First, it is melted with a low flame, then it is molded with ice jade. Finally, it is enchanted with the drip potting method. By the way, what are the proto technique and the drip potting method? Why do they automatically appear in my mind? He can even see through the production process and process. Nate's eyes burst with a strange light. Although he was weak in terms of proficiency in accessories and items, he was no stranger to the production method of magic items. He knew it was not fabricated as soon as he heard it. The excitement in his heart was simply unparalleled. It is indeed the ultimate form of the magic eyes. It is simply unbelievable. If I can obtain this skill, doesn't it mean that I can directly see through any mechanics? Not only that, it can also make my proficiency in items that I have always felt difficult to improve by leaps and bounds. I can become a trio-specialized master who can compete with the young genius Arthur. Nate, who had been blinded by greed now, couldn't imagine that the so-called ultimate mutation was simply a lie. The previous strength analysis was the normal function of the analytical eyes, and the subsequent production process was real talent and learning. The poor trio-specialized master was fooled by a trio-specialized master. After trying a few times, Nate had no doubt about the powerful effect of the magic eyes. "That's great. I'll go out and tell everyone now." Chenrue looked surprised. As he just took a few steps, his body suddenly became soft and he was about to fall. "Teacher, why do I feel that my body suddenly has no strength?" "Really?" A hint of joy flashed quickly in Nate's eyes. "Maybe you're overtired. Come, let me help you sit down and rest for a while." "Thank you, teacher." Chenrue allowed Nate to help him slowly sit on the sofa. "How do you feel?" "It seems to be getting worse. I don't have any strength at all, and my head is starting to feel dizzy." Chenrue leaned on the sofa weakly. Nate's heart was determined, and his voice began to change slowly. "Soon you won't feel so uncomfortable. I will help you get rid of it completely. Teacher, why does your smile feel so scary? It's all thanks to your magic eyes. Nate suddenly laughed with undisguised pride in his voice. However, it will be mine soon. As long as I can have this pair of magic eyes, Nate. Mammon will not only be the Demon Realm's top mechanic master, but also the Demon Realm's top appraisal master. In the future, I will likely become the first mechanic master to appear in the Demon Realm in 10,000 years. Nate smiled knowingly. This carefully raised prey finally ushered in the harvest time. Chinrue also took a long sigh of relief. After acting for so long, it's time for the curtain call. Chapter 450. Chinrue exclaimed with a look of disbelief. Teacher, you should feel honored to be part of the teacher's ability. My student, just like the genius student, Vanim, that I once accepted 20 years ago. The current Horford is actually not bad. He can comprehend dual specialization, but unfortunately, he is still not mature enough. He has Gustav's support, otherwise he would have become my food long ago. There are many guys like you, including the masters of the association, who have become part of my ability. However, compared with them, you are the real feast. Nate's smile became more and more evil. He was so proud that he spat out all the words in his mind. Teacher, what do you want? Don't come over or I'll call for help. Chinrue shouted, but he felt extremely awkward deep down. This line seems to be too easily misunderstood. Nate's laughter became colder. It's useless no matter how loud you shout. Layers of magic circles have been laid here. Even the masters of the nearby Mechanic Association can't hear any sound. Don't worry, after I use a secret method to seize your magic eyes talent, you won't have any pain soon. With that said, Nate approached Chinrue step by step. His gaze was like a hunter looking at the prey that successfully fell into the trap. Chinrue struggled powerlessly and scolded angrily. I can't believe the Demon Realm's top mechanic master and the president of the Mechanic Association is such a despicable villain. Those mechanics who have gone through hardships to become masters or geniuses actually died because you used despicable means to seize their talent or skills. Aren't you afraid of being exposed and being spurned and boycotted by the association and even the entire Demon Realm? Who will know? Nate laughed unscrupulously. Those who know this truth no longer exist in this world. For example, Master Finero 20 years ago. Others thought he died in the comprehension on the 4th floor of the book collection hall, but he was actually killed by me. To put it bluntly, the mechanics or masters in this mechanic association are actually my food. The more talented and outstanding they are, the faster they die because I can only be the strongest. Chinrue gritted his teeth. Is this how you became the top master? Shameless. So what if I'm shameless? I'm the #1 master now. Nate laughed. It's a pity that there are too few people with standards or talents left now, or they don't have special abilities. It's not worth my risk. But you're different. Your magic eyes talent is too strong. Now it has reached the ultimate form. As long as I get your magic eyes, my mechanic skills can be upgraded to a higher level. I can even have tools proficiency. Then I will become a trio-specialized supermaster, far surpassing the new genius, Arthur. You are practically a delicacy bestowed by the devil god. Your true strength is at most that of a higher demon. Don't try to resist or delay for time. No one will come to save you. Nate's footsteps suddenly stopped because Chinrue's eyes suddenly changed. It was a kind of special calmness and even coldness. You talk so much nonsense. Are you trying to break my will? Your secret technique should be a combination of dark power and talent to devour other people's memories and skills. Chinrue sneered. Unfortunately, you need to pay a considerable price to perform this kind of secret technique. The stronger the opponent's will, the more difficult it is to succeed. You will even suffer a backlash unless the target is willing. This is also the reason why many masters can survive temporarily. Nate's body trembled slightly. His smile stiffened on his face. His eyes showed an incredible look. You, how do you know? If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Chinrue said coldly. Do you remember Master Fonsac, who was held hostage by you by despicable means back then? In order to obtain his strongest leather mastery skill, you secretly poisoned and imprisoned him. In order to force Master Fonsac to submit, you held his wife and daughter hostage to threaten him. In the end, his wife committed suicide. After he escaped with his daughter under the cover of his disciple, he was betrayed by little Prince Terrace. Finally, he was surrounded by your pursuers and fell into the poison cloud abyss. Nate was very surprised. So you are Fonsac's disciple. Isn't he dead? Master Fonsac was one of the most respected senior masters in the Bloody Empire Mechanic Association. He had the reputation of being the best in leather mastery in the demon realm. His current identity was Sloane of the Cloak Gang. He did teach Chenrue, so Chenrue did not deny the master and disciple relationship. He shouted, "Today I will expose your true face in front of everyone to avenge my teacher." Nate had recovered from the shock. He gritted his teeth and said, "I didn't expect you to be Fonsac's disciple." Humph. He was lucky to escape back then. Now everyone knows that Fonsac is dead. Even if a fake wants to come back to bring me down, I have a way to deal with him. Besides, you can't protect yourself now, so how can you expose me? Since you came to me today, don't even think about leaving alive. Your magic eyes are mine. I didn't intend to leave alive. I came to the capital to expose your true face. Chinrue laughed. Now your true face has been exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Nate snorted coldly. I have set up a magic circle around here, and the laboratory you live in is a separate, small building. No matter how loud the sound is, it won't spread out at all. I forgot to tell you that I made a small prop called a microphone which can amplify and transmit the sound. The source of the sound is in this room. As for the location of the sound transmission, there are office buildings outside, laboratories, dormitories, and the streets and alleys of the capital. Chinrue's laughter was full of disdain. I expected you to attack me. Do you know why I went out and walked around in the past 3 days? Nate was shocked. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. Not only the Mechanic Association, but even the entire capital heard what you said just now. Everyone on the street is a witness of your crimes. What Chinrue said was not an exaggeration. Now, the activities on the streets of the Mechanic Association and even the capital almost stopped. All of them were surprised to listen to the clear sounds coming from every corner of the street, including Turia and Beluin, who was next to Mavina. In fact, most of these microphones were prepared by the Dark Shadows people in advance. They spread them immediately after receiving some kind of signal just now. Chinrue went out for the past 3 days, mostly to deceive people. Nate's body trembled violently. I can see that this Richard doesn't seem to be lying. Then isn't the true face that has been hidden for many years? Nate, I know I'm not your opponent. Now that my goal has been achieved, Teacher Fonsac can die in peace. Looking at your angry look, do you want to tear me into pieces? Unfortunately, you don't have this opportunity. I don't plan to leave alive at all. I forgot to tell you one last thing. The magic eyes have another talent, that is self-destruction. Self-destruction. When Nate saw Chinrue's crazy eyes that made his heart tremble, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. He didn't care whether he was exposed or not, so he turned around and ran. Immediately afterward, the people on each street heard a bang sound. At the same time, Nate's miserable scream appeared in the transmitted sound. There was no sound from Richard anymore. That's right, Chinrue self-destructed, and Nate was also seriously injured because of this self-destruction. However, no one expected that the moment when Nate turned around to escape, a martyr who self-destructed, just quickly put down the prepared corpse and explosive props. Then he opened a Stargate and calmly escaped. Even if Nate didn't look back, with Chinrue's strength, it was easy to play tricks or knock him out to finish the show. When Belyuen heard the word self-destruction, she had already rushed desperately toward the small experimental building where Chinrui lived. Turia and Mavina were faster, but the sound of the explosion completely destroyed the hope of the three of them. Belyuen's body shook and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Mavina was quick to react. She turned around and hugged her daughter's body. Belyuen's glasses fell to the ground and shattered. Her tears burst out uncontrollably. The resolute words when she left the whispering manor last time echoed in her ears again. We are not from the same world. Richard has already decided to die long ago. No wonder Master Turia's eyes were a little red, and his face showed sudden pain. It turns out that everyone misunderstood Richard. He is Master Fonsac's disciple. The truth of Fonsac's death is actually caused by the shameless Nate. No wonder even a person with Richard's temperament would actually betray his master. His real purpose is to deliberately sacrifice his life to avenge his master and expose Nate's true colors. At this time, a hand held Turia's trembling hand. It was his wife, Mavina's. She was still holding her crying daughter in her arms. Go to the experimental building immediately. Call all the masters and mechanics. We can't let our disciple die in vain. Mavina's tone was full of excitement and anger. At this time, Nate's wail was still falling into her ears through the microphone. This damn guy is not dead yet. Mavina's words undoubtedly once again acknowledged the identity of Richard's disciple, which was exactly what Master Turia thought. Turia took a deep breath and nodded, showing an extremely firm look. He held his wife's hand and strode toward the Mechanic Association building that was already bustling with excitement. The microphone spread by the dark demon was in place. With some small incitement, Nate's matter became a hot topic in the blink of an eye. Those who heard the voice and those who didn't were discussing this matter. Soon, Raisin the Great was also alarmed. When Great Prince Alias was ordered to rush to the Mechanic Association, Nate, who was covered with bruises and bruises, was already dying. He was surrounded by angry masters and mechanics. It was unknown whether Nate's injury was caused by Richard's self-explosion or these onlookers did it out of righteous indignation. If it weren't for some life-saving gadgets on him, perhaps the top master would have been trampled into a meat patty by now. By now, the cause of the whole incident was clear at a glance, especially with all the mechanics in the Mechanic Association and almost half of the people in the capital as witnesses. Nate couldn't deny it. This might be a mystery with the most witnesses in the history of the demon realm. The mystery of the mysterious disappearance and death of geniuses or masters such as Fonsac, Finello, and Vanim was finally revealed. The exposure of the true face of the demon realm's top mechanic master caused a strong reaction. When the news reached the Mechanic Association of the Fallen Angel Empire and the Shadow Empire, all of them were filled with righteous indignation and publicly condemned it. The only pity was that Master Fonsac's disciple, Richard, died righteously and bravely by self-explosion. It was regrettable. A future top appraisal master of the demon realm died, just like that. However, he would not sacrifice in vain. Raisin the Great had ordered Nate to be removed from his position as the president of the Mechanic Association and announced that he would be imprisoned for life. The president of the Mechanic Association was temporarily vacant. After a while, all the masters would publicly vote to elect a new president. Nate still had a certain value. In addition to his own mechanic skills, only the president knew the method to enter the 4th floor of the book collection hall. So he had to find a way to force it out. Before that, it should be no problem for Nate to keep his life, but this kind of treatment of survival was simply worse than death for the top master, who had always been respected by thousands of people. A few days later, the news reached the Dark Moon Cloak Gang. Master Fonsac, who was Alias Sky, trembled with excitement. His 2 daughters, Alien and Eve, hugged each other and cried in Sally's arms. The persecution many years ago caused the father and daughters to lose their dearest wife and mother. Not only had they been hiding from place to place, but they were also tortured by curses and toxins. Now they finally saw the light. Not only were the curses and toxins eliminated, but Nate also finally got his retribution. Master Xingxing on the side showed a gratified expression and comforted. The truth is finally revealed. I really envy you for having such a loyal and righteous disciple. Master Sky suppressed his excitement with difficulty and shook his head. My direct disciples died at that time, and there is no one named Richard. This is the first time I heard of the Magic Eye's talent. Master Xingxing was taken aback, as if he thought of something. Master Sky was the same. The two masters looked at each other and smiled knowingly. It turns out to be him. Tears of gratitude flashed in Sky's eyes. Detoxification, curse removal, shelter, defeat the enemy and clear the grievances. These are all thanks to that man's help. Xingxing's eyes were full of unconcealable admiration, but he muttered discontentedly, "Humph, I knew it's this guy who likes to be in the limelight. Even if he dies, he will die with the title of top appraiser. By the way, if you return to the Bloody Empire now, with your reputation and ability, the president of the Mechanic Association will definitely be you." Xingxing suddenly said, this was also the truth. Fonsac was the Demon Realm's strongest leather master, and he had high prestige in the Bloody Empire. Now that Nate had fallen, as long as he went back, he would definitely be put in an important position by Raisin. Sky looked at Sally and his daughter, then he looked at Master Xingxing and shook his head. Fonsac is dead. I'm Sky now. My home is here. My most important relatives and friends are here. I won't go anywhere. Sally held Sky's hand with tenderness in her eyes. Master Xingxing nodded and smiled. Both masters were clear in their hearts. Since Richard is the guy who has the strength to defeat the Demon Emperor powerhouse, then the so-called self-destruction sacrifice is just a trick to deceive the world. Chapter 451. Master Fonsac and Master Xingxing of the Dark Moon only learned the news from the Bloody Empire a few days later. At the time of the incident, no one could guess the real leader of this incident. No one would have thought that the Richard, who sacrificed himself, heroically turned into a passerby after self-destructing. He walked leisurely in the Bloody Empire city, and he even participated in some heated discussions among the people from time to time, including scolding Nate and praising himself. In fact, with Chun Rui's power, it was not difficult to kill Nate. The difficulty was to ruin the reputation of the top master and completely defeat him. Otherwise, even if he died, he would be a martyr who would be remembered for thousands of years. However, it was different now. This beautiful move of everyone knows made the martyr become an inferior soldier with a bad reputation for thousands of years. This plot was imitated by Chun Rui in the comics and movies he had seen before. In the end, he did not kill Nate, but he gave Nate a way to live. However, this way to live was not easy. Nate, who was alive, had to face all the people who understood his conspiracy, including all the masters and mechanics in the association. Nate could only blame himself for saying so many words proudly in order to defeat Chinrue's will, especially the sentence, "The mechanics or masters in this mechanic association are actually my food in captivity." It had made all the mechanics feel the crisis and indignation. What is the public enemy? Now it is time for this guy to face the wrath of all the food. Even if Raisin did not order the execution of Nate, who was a royal family member, this notorious president would no longer have the face to stand in the mechanic world, let alone serve as the president. However, Raisin would definitely calm the anger of the public unless he wanted the entire Bloody Empire's mechanic association to become an empty shell without any masters or talents. When Chen Rue revealed Nate's crime of persecuting Fonsac just now, he deliberately added the sentence, "betrayed by Terrace again." This was not fabricated out of thin air. Master Fonsac once said that he had asked Terrace for help at that time, but his whereabouts were exposed and he was chased by Nate. The reason why Chen Rue emphasized this sentence was obviously to drag Terrace into this. Although at Adelaide's birthday party, Terrace used an absurd reason to admit the crime of assassinating second Prince Edmund and took the initiative to go to the furnace of darkness to be punished, temporarily settling the dispute. Chinrue always felt that this person was not simple. Not only was he talented, but he was also scheming. Every step seemed to be deliberate. Could it be that he deliberately wanted to go to the furnace of darkness? Or perhaps the dark furnace is a place that I must go, just like Town Lupin in the Blue Lava Estate? He's just using this opportunity to enter? Chinrue pondered for a long time and came up with a temporary plan in his mind. Before leaving the capital for the Saxville mountain range, he would go to Terrace residence to check it out. Under the purple moonlight, when people were still eagerly talking about the major events that happened in the Mechanic Association during the day and the night market, Chinrue had appeared silently in Terrace Mansion in the inner city. The prince's mansion this time was not the same as the general's mansion last time. Last time, Chinrue used the birthday party to enter the general's mansion, set up a star point, and use the Stargate. This time, it obviously wouldn't work. In order to prevent assassinations and prying, most of the aristocratic residences in the inner city had set up layers of magic protection circles, and the prince's mansion was no exception. However, Chinrue came to check the situation, so it was impossible to break in by force. He knocked out a maid when she went out, then he used camouflage to transform into the maid's appearance and sneaked into the mansion. What surprised Chinrue secretly was that although he successfully sneaked into Terrace's mansion, and like the other maids, he hadn't made any abnormal moves until now, he had an intuition that he was being watched. He didn't know why. Unlike what he imagined, Terrace Mansion seemed to be simple and even frugal. There were no luxurious furnishings. Compared with the third general, Adelaide, it could be described as poor. It almost didn't look like a prince's mansion. Since Terrace was now being punished in the dark furnace, and the unmarried little prince did not have a wife or concubine, the butler was in charge of the normal affairs in the prince's mansion. The maids and servants were mainly responsible for some cleaning and maintenance work. The maid that Chinrue disguised as was sent to clean the study room, which was exactly what he wanted. Chinrue wiped the desk while observing the scene in the study room. The study room was very large, and there were no gorgeous furnishings. The most eye-catching thing was the exaggerated large bookshelves, which were listed with various kinds of books, military, political, historical, etc. Even the rare economic books of the demon realm were among them. Judging from the wear and tear on the corners of the books, they were by no means decorations, but they were really frequently read publications. Chinrue compared his study room in the dark moon with the otaku room in his previous life, and he was secretly ashamed. Perhaps only the nearly 100 gigabytes of literary films in the hard disk can be compared with the books in front of me in terms of quantity. Chinrue couldn't help but admire Terrace's eagerness to learn. It seems that, in addition to his extraordinary talent, this genius also has extraordinary diligence. While wiping slowly, he tried to move some books. Unfortunately, there was no secret door like he imagined. His movements suddenly stopped. A strong sense of crisis of being locked by a powerful force suddenly surged in his heart. Race, wrath, royal family. Comprehensive strength assessment, A+S. Physique, A+S. Strength, A+S. Spirit, B+A. Agility, A+S. Analysis, fire attribute. With this data, Chinrue could guess who the other party was even without looking back. The first general of the Bloody Empire, Gustav. There should be another name, called Bridget. The first general actually appeared in Terrace Mansion in person. What are you looking for? Gustav's voice sounded. Chinrue knew that his whereabouts were exposed. The maid's figure quickly changed into a man's form. Of course, it could not be Richard's appearance. I haven't found it yet. Unfortunately, I have no time to look for it now. Chinrue slowly turned his head. His voice was as calm as if he was facing an old friend. In fact, he was indeed an old friend. Gustav's eyes were locked on the strange man. He didn't relax at all because the opponent's strength was only higher demon. The powerful demon overlord level breath made Chun Rui tremble like a frog being stared at by a poisonous snake. In Town Lupin of the Blue Lava Estate, Gustav's alias Bridget showed amazing and terrifying strength. Not only did he directly tear apart Chun Rui's biggest killer move, Scorching Dragon Kill, but he also forcefully withstood the powerful blow of Dark Elemental King Hagel that Chun Rui transferred using Star Diversion. That was the powerful attack of the peak stage of the Demon Overlord. Gustav's comprehensive strength assessment seemed to be similar to the Emerald Dragon Crobolus, which was the strength of the early stage of the Demon Overlord. But Chun Rui could be sure the Crobolus was by no means Gustav's opponent. Chun Rui once used the God-Eating Mask's special skill, Demonic Fly's transformation, to narrowly avoid Gustav's punch. However, Demonic Fly's transformation could only be used once, and Star Diversion only lasted for 10 seconds. In a head-on confrontation, even if he used Scorching Dragon Possession, he couldn't match Gustav. So, what about the Royal Star transformation? To what extent can the Royal Star transformation reach? Chun Rui secretly adjusted his star power and asked calmly, "The last question I feel that I have been seen through when I entered the king's mansion. Can you let me die knowing, Sir General?" Gustav looked at Chun Rui's calm smile. For some reason, this weak person gave him a feeling that he couldn't control him. "You are very calm, but you can't escape the fate of death just like this. However, I can give you the last answer in your life. The entire prince's mansion is equivalent to a strange, huge magic circle. Every servant's breath of life, including the body imprint, is a part of the magic circle. Once there is a difference, it will be detected immediately. Any transformation or camouflage skills won't work here." Chun Rui finally understood why he felt like he was being stared at as soon as he came in. This seemingly simple prince's mansion actually has such a thorough defense. It is likely that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Now you know the answer, so pay the price of death. Gustav slowly raised his hand. Chun Rui knew that he couldn't delay it anymore. His figure disappeared in an instant. He had already come to the courtyard from the room. Gustav had already locked him with his breath and immediately chased up. However, the enemy did not escape, but he stood in the courtyard and confronted him from a distance. His body suddenly lit up with an extremely bright light. The dazzling degree of the light made it difficult for Gustav to look directly at it for a while. He covered his eyes, and his power began to condense quickly. After a while, a man wearing a gorgeous armor, helmet, and mask appeared in front of Gustav. Except for the Royal Star transformation, other skills couldn't match Gustav. Moreover, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chun Rui didn't want to expose the identity of Aguile. Now the faith crystal of the super system was enough to use the Royal Star transformation several times, and he didn't reveal this skill in front of Gustav last time. Therefore, he used the strongest transformation at the beginning. The Royal Star transformation, State could cast various skills, including Scorching Dragon Kill. The only conflict was that the enhanced possession skill of Scorching Dragon Possession couldn't be stacked with the Royal Star transformation. Facing the gorgeous and dazzling armored man, Gustav wasn't too surprised. He snorted coldly and punched. This punch didn't have any changes or follow-up moves. It was just a simple blow, but it had the artistic conception of turning complexity into simplicity. Chun Rui couldn't even think of dodging for a while. Before the punch reached his body, he could feel the whistling wind pressure on his face. It was quite a terrifying power. Chun Rui didn't take it head-on. The space in front of him suddenly distorted, and a deep black hole appeared. Start devouring. In an instant, Gustav only felt that his power was uncontrollably rushing toward the black hole like a wave. The more he converged, the stronger the devouring power was. He couldn't help but look surprised. The strength of this guy in front of me is still above my expectation. If according to the normal frequency of star devouring, even if Gustav's power was strong, there would be a time when the black hole sucking was emptied with such a continuous output of power. However, people were not dead, especially Gustav, who was a demon overlord powerhouse with extremely rich combat experience. Gustav yelled violently. The red light on his body shone brightly, and the muscles on his arms swelled. Chenrue only felt that the frequency of the black hole as devouring power suddenly accelerated. This acceleration was not the black hole's own rhythm, but it was involuntarily accelerated by the opponent's sudden surge of power. The devouring frequency was getting higher and higher. Not long after, it had exceeded the limit that the black hole itself could withstand. Boom! There was a strange distortion in the space, and the black hole actually disappeared without a trace. Gustav also took 2 steps back under the repulsive force field. His eyes had a touch of redness, and his swollen arms were steaming with terrifying power. It seemed that the blow just now consumed an unimaginable amount of power. Chenrue was secretly shocked. There's not much skill to break the star-devouring blow. It is purely unreasonable brute force. Can't you devour power? You will burst your digestive limit. Star-devouring had been used many times in the super-system space. It had devoured the soul of the peak stage of the demon overlord, Glorfin. Although it was not comparable to the super-system that controlled everything in reality, Gustav could use the most direct method to break the black hole. His strength was evident. On the surface, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Gustav even suffered a little loss, but Chenrue knew in his heart that he was not his opponent just based on the blow that broke the black hole just now. Even if he had used the Royal Star transformation, the first general of the Bloody Empire was indeed the ruler of the Wrath royal family. Since the night reconnaissance failed this time, and the opponent was Gustav who could not be defeated, it was not appropriate to stay here for a long time. Chenrue had the intention to retreat, and he began to plan quickly. I seem to have underestimated you. It seems that I have to be a little more serious. Bloodthirsty red began to appear in Gustav's eyes again. As an opponent who is barely worthy for me to use my true power, I can tell you one thing. I am not a mutated bloodline. I have only awakened one of the 3 bloodline talents of the Samel royal family, which is Blood Fury. My talent is not good, so I can only improve my only talent ability in continuous battles. Now I can control the blood in my body at will and exert Blood Fury to its strongest state. In the next blow, I will use my true power. I hope you don't let me down. Gustav was not just spouting nonsense. At the same time he said this, the red light on his body started to circulate rapidly, and the undulating blood vessels were like raging rivers. The muscles on his arms started to swell at an extraordinary rate, and the terrifying aura of power instantly boiled to the peak. Another punch came flying out. This punch carried an indomitable determination. The terrifying pressure tore the air and even space. The power contained in it was far greater than the blow that broke Star Devourer just now. Chenrue could not avoid it. The dazzling starlight on his body shone to the limit in an instant. In an instant, Gustav only felt a vast breath coming at him, as if his entire body was surrounded by the stars that had passed through the ancient times. The stars that covered the surroundings contained a type of indescribable and supreme law, and their movements inexplicably slowed down. Right at this instant, the stars suddenly exploded apart. Star explosion. If it was said that Chenrue was still somewhat suppressed when he faced Adelaide previously, then he used his full strength for this star explosion. The 2 forces collided with each other firmly. In an instant, the entire prince's mansion trembled violently. Even the defensive magic array couldn't suppress the intense fluctuations. In the next moment, the silhouette flashing with starlight was sent flying and fell into a strange gate of light disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gustav still maintained the simple action of punching. His mountain-like figure stood still, but his entire arm was badly mutilated, and the bones could faintly be seen. The most conspicuous thing was that the starry power lingered on his arm. It seemed to carry countless chaotic sharp forces, causing the wound to spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was just the surface phenomenon. What could not be seen was the strange star power that penetrated into his body, destroying the entire internal tissues and cells crazily. Gustav let out a low growl, and the redness in his eyes intensified. His entire arm swelled up once again, and the blood that spurted out turned into a bloody mist. Enveloped by the bloody mist, the specks of starlight finally dimmed and dissipated without a trace. Very good. Gustav looked at his badly mutilated arm. He seemed to be a little surprised by his injury, and a hint of admiration flashed past his eyes. Next time, I'll leave your corpse behind. At the same time, in a house on the outskirts of the city, Chinrue's figure appeared out of thin air and fell straight to the ground. The originally gorgeous armor that was surrounded by starry light became much dimmer, and there was a shocking fist mark on his chest. With the fist mark as the center, countless cracks spread in all directions. As the star power in his body dissipated, the armor gradually disappeared. However, Chinrue could not stand up. Despite the powerful power of Star Explosion, Gustav's punch directly withstood the power of Star Explosion, but it still passed through Star Explosion and hit Chinrue. Chinrue felt as if he was penetrated by an indescribable force. At the same time, there was a word crushed. Bang, bang, bang. Chinrue's body made a muffled sound of continuous bursting. Blood suddenly flowed all over the ground. His internal organs had been severely damaged, and some were even shattered. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died already. Fortunately, he had the characteristics of regeneration and astral form. Although he was seriously injured, it was only a matter of time before he recovered. Having said that, if it weren't for the Royal Star transformation armor, there was a layer of mystic jade armor that offset part of the fatal power. The punch just now could probably punch a big hole in his chest. It was definitely a life-threatening situation. What a Gustav! Especially that kind of absolute fist power of pure strength. It was simply not comparable to ordinary skills unless there was equal strength. A thought surged in Chinrue's mind. The true combat power of the first general of the Bloody Empire is probably more than the early stage of the demon overlord. In any case, I must overcome such terrifying fist power. Gustav is the next target to surpass. Chapter 452. The Bloody Empire's capital. During this period of time, it could be described as turbulent. The genius prince, Terrace, was severely punished for unknown reasons. He did not see any foreign guests for half a year. The Demon Realm's top mechanic master and the president of the Mechanic Association, Nate, used his special talent to steal other people's skills, and his evil deeds of killing Master Fonsac and others were exposed. The person who exposed it was the future Demon Realm's top appraisal master and emerging genius, Richard. Richard also had an identity as the secret disciple of the late Master Fonsac. After exposing Nate's true colors, Nate self-destructed and died. Nate was dismissed from his position and imprisoned. The second Prince Edmund united several important ministers to impeach the great Prince Alias for being arbitrary and perverse. The important members of the second prince's forces, including the third general of the empire, Adelaide, claimed that they were sick one after another to put pressure on Raisin the Great. Raisin the Great rebuked the second Prince Edmund's impeachment. At the same time, he ordered Alias to stay at home to reflect on his mistakes. When the storm caused by the battle between the two princes gradually subsided under Raisin the Great's balanced method of punishing each other, a major event suddenly happened. If the Nate incident shocked the mechanic world, then this incident shocked the entire Bloody Empire and even the Demon Realm. The new third general, the Bloodwave Legion's legion leader, Adelaide, died suddenly at home a few days ago. The general of the demon realm's strongest empire, one of the military's 3 magnates, actually died just like that, not on the battlefield, but in his own home. Adelaide originally responded to the impeachment of the second prince, Edmund, by claiming to be sick at home. But this illness became the real end. General Adelaide was a demon emperor-level powerhouse. There must be a special reason for such an inexplicable sudden death. The capital's upper echelons strictly blocked the news, and the people had different opinions. They were all speculating that Adelaide's death must be related to the battle between the princes. In fact, Raisin the Great now had at least 2 of the most important relevant reports in his hands. The first was a secret memorial by Adelaide. This secret memorial was for Raisin, and it confessed some important things. It was worth noting that this secret memorial was not completed. Even so, the news revealed in it was enough to surprise Raisin. Perhaps this was the real cause of Adelaide's death. The second report was about a secret intelligence department captain named Mentala. Because he found something suspicious about Adelaide, he was discovered and imprisoned by Adelaide, and he even disappeared for a period of time. When he was found, he had been dead for a long time. The special secret mark left by the captain before he died was only 2 words. These 2 words also appeared frequently in Adelaide's secret memorial. These 2 words were bloodworm. This incident made Raisin furious. He ordered to search for suspicious people in the entire capital and even the whole territory. Even many nobles were implicated. Judging from the unprecedented powerful search and attack on suspicious people, this time Raisin the Great was serious. For a time, the Bloodfall organization was wiped out and attacked by the Bloody Empire, Dark Shadow Empire, and Fallen Angel Empire at the same time. They were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Perhaps even the Bloodmane himself didn't understand why he had suddenly received such a thunderous attack. The Bloodmane would never have thought that the one who had caused all this was someone who was already dead. This person was now rushing to Mount Saxville on the back of the Bloody Empire. At this time, Chinrue's injuries suffered in the battle with Gustav had all recovered. During this period of recuperation, he had a further understanding of the power of the basic law that he comprehended on the 4th floor of the book collection hall, and his territory power had a corresponding new change. In addition, the valuable information and experience in mechanics obtained from the 4th floor also benefited him a lot. Adelaide definitely couldn't survive. Although the position of the 3rd general of the empire allowed Adelaide to provide more intelligence, convenience, and even further spy on the secrets of the Bloodmane, the probability of Adelaide being exposed was too high due to his special identity. It was almost 100%. Chinrue didn't think he could get through Raisin alone. Therefore, after much consideration, Chinrue decided to let Adelaide die suddenly. He didn't want Raisin or the Bloodmane to notice the involvement of a third party. Besides, Chinrue also used the previously dead secret intelligence department team leader, Mentala. Mentala was just a small character. Even if 100 of him died, it would not attract too much attention. But with Adelaide's death, his identity would undoubtedly rise. In fact, the 2 did not reveal much information about the Bloodmane, especially when Mentala only left 2 words, but it was enough to attract Raisin's attention. As for the special imprint of the secret intelligence department used in Mentala's last words, it was the credit of the Dark Demons investigation. Perhaps Raisin had long known and paid attention to the Bloodmane force. The death of the 3rd General Adelaide was just a fuse. Now that he was wiping out the Bloodmane, he could also shift the focus and relatively dilute the contradiction between Edmund and Alias. It could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Now the turbulent situation in the Bloody Empire had nothing to do with Chinrue. He had avenged most of Fonsac's death, and he had severely tricked the Bloodmane. After he found fertile Yuan soil, he would return to the Dark Moon estate. According to the time, Jia, who visited the Shadow Empire, had already returned to the Dark Moon. Now the cooperation between the Bloody Vine Flower Estate and the Dark Moon had progressed to a stable stage. The 1,000 Magician Legion, promised by General Crawford, should also be in place. This was a huge gain. Along the way, Chenrue encountered many Bloody Empire army that cracked down on suspicious elements. Not only the army, but the secret intelligence department also almost turned out in full force. They jointly attacked openly and secretly. The strength was even above the Dark Shadow Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire. This was Raisin's style. He would not make a move, but once he made a move, it would be the power of thunder. Fortunately, Chenrue had ordered the Dark Demon to conceal his eyes and ears long ago to avoid the limelight temporarily, so as not to be implicated. After muddling through many checks along the way, Chenrue finally entered the Sassville Mountain in the northernmost part of the Bloody Empire. The Saxville mountain range was a desolate, mountainous area with few people to begin with. Further north was the undeveloped land without any signs of human habitation. The same was true for the edges of the other empires, such as the Dead Sea in the southernmost part of the Blue Lava Estate. There were still areas further south of the Dead Sea. The Demon Realm was very large, far beyond the reach of the three empires. But unless the population of the empire skyrocketed, the territory would not expand to this area. Although Chenrue had seen the appearance of mountains separate on the 4th floor of the book collection hall, because the scope of the Sassville mountain range was too wide, many mountains were surrounded by clouds and mist. He couldn't see it clearly even if he flew, making Chenrue feel like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chenrue wandered around the Sassville mountain range for nearly half a month without any results. In fact, he had been out for a long time. Even if Jia used various reasons to cover up, it was impossible for him, the financial officer, to disappear for a long time. These days were not in vain. The Sassville mountain range contained rich resources. Chenrue could not detect the underground mineral deposits, but with the help of analytical eyes and deep analysis, he obtained many rare plants and medicinal materials. Most of them were transplanted into the Galaxy Garden, and some were stored in the storage warehouse. In addition, he also encountered many fierce and dangerous demonic beasts. The more powerful the demonic beast, the higher its intelligence. Chenrue's body exuded the breath of Demon Emperor level, which could suppress most demonic beasts. Although there were some battles, he did not encounter too much danger in general. On this day, Chenrue found a purple bloodberry at the foot of the mountain. This plant had a certain degree of toxicity, but it was also a rare medicinal material. Chenrue transplanted this purple bloodberry into the Galaxy Garden and continued to walk forward. He found that this kind of poisonous plants gradually increased. At this time, he heard an abnormal sound coming from the front. Chenrue approached along the source of the sound. The sound was getting louder and louder. The sound of fighting? It seems to be a group fight. Sure enough, he saw many black shadows flying and intertwining in the sky. When he looked closely, it was a group of birds fighting fiercely. The larger ones were the more common black eagles. There were a total of 4 of them. They belonged to the powerful raptors with fast speed and outstanding claws. They could fly freely by grabbing 300 kilograms of prey. On the other side were thin birds with yellow beaks and claws. There were about a dozen of them. Even ordinary beasts on the ground would have to retreat in the face of a fierce bird, like the black eagle. However, these small birds were not afraid of the black eagle and began to attack it. After all, the black eagles had an absolute advantage in strength. Several of the little red birds were seriously injured. Chenrue gradually noticed that the black eagle's target was a few nests on a big tree below. There were faint cries of the young birds from there. The black eagles were fine, but the little red birds attracted Chenrue's attention. This kind of bird is a bit like the little red birds were gradually unable to withstand it, and a sudden change occurred. One of the birds' bodies instantly swelled into the shape of a ball before exploding with a honk sound. The power of this self-explosion was extremely fierce, and the black eagle let out a mournful cry as its feathers were sent flying. It was obvious that it had suffered serious injuries. Sure enough, even if the little red birds were still outside the range of analytical eyes, Chinrue could already confirm their name: blast birds. According to the information on the 4th floor of the Mechanical Association's book collection hall, blast birds were a special species in the mountain sacred area. However, he had been in this area for 2 or 3 days, and he did not see any trace of the White Mountain Range in the information. At this time, the black eagles had changed their strategy. They no longer fought and rushed to the nests on the big tree separately. They were very fast. The blast birds behind couldn't keep up even if they self-exploded. While he was anxious, he saw that a black eagle had swooped above the nest, and it was about to catch those young birds. Suddenly, the black eagle's movement stagnated. It flapped its wings and changed its direction abruptly. It actually fled without looking back. Not only this one, but the other 2 also did the same. The blast birds also looked more panicked because the dangerous breath that suddenly appeared in the nest below had far exceeded the level that they could match. But the blast birds still screamed and rushed down regardless of their own safety. That breath suddenly changed. Although it was still extremely powerful, it was filled with a hint of friendliness. The figure who emitted the breath appeared in front of the nest. The young birds' thinking was quite simple. After feeling the friendly and cordial breath, there was no panic and fear in their cries. Some even opened their mouths and began to fight for the food in the hands of the figure. The blast bird's intelligence was not very high, and they had the characteristic of distinguishing between likes and dislikes. After seeing the figure drive away the black eagles and protect the young birds, their sharp screams gradually became peaceful chirps. Chapter 453. By saving the chicks and communicating with analytical eyes, Chinrue successfully gained the favor of this group of blast birds. Since blast birds appeared, mountain sacred should be nearby. The intelligence of blast birds was not high, and the information they could provide was limited. In the communication, Chinrue learned that there was a strange mountain peak here. Every time it was time to breed, many blast birds would fly out of the mountain peak to this place. The temperature and poisonous plants here were quite conducive to the reproduction of blast birds, and there were not many natural enemies. Today's black eagle was an accident because the number of blast birds in this group was relatively small. Generally speaking, even the black eagle did not dare to disturb a large group. After breeding to a certain number, the blast birds would fly to the mountain peak again, but it was easy to come out, but it was much more difficult to enter. They could only enter again by chance, so there were flocks of blast birds shuttling back and forth all day long in that place. In fact, there were more powerful natural enemies in the mountain peak, and the degree of danger was much greater, but their instincts told the blast birds that there was a power in the mountain peak that could make them evolve more powerful, so they still insisted on entering it. After entering, due to being preyed on by stronger demonic beasts, their numbers would be greatly reduced. Then they would fly out to breed and then enter again. This repeated cycle formed a strange migration and food chain relationship. Under the guidance of the blast birds, Chinrue found the location of the mountain peak. It was a towering mountain surrounded by clouds. Flocks of blast birds could be seen shuttling in the air as if they wanted to get into an invisible entrance. With so many blast birds, even those demonic beasts such as black eagles did not dare to approach. From a distance, the dense flock of blast birds was like a dark cloud surrounding the mountain peak. It was a spectacular sight. That's not right. Why doesn't it look like it at all? But from the appearance, the color and shape of the mountain peak are completely different. Chinrue showed a puzzled expression, and his eyes fell on the blast birds that were flying in the air. These blast birds fly far higher than the top of the mountain, and they are even higher than the height of ordinary birds. Could it be that the mountain under my feet is not mountain sacred, but it is in the air? With a thought, Chinrue's body gradually flew up. the powerful aura he emitted and some harmonious signals released by the blast bird around him prevented him from being attacked by the dark cloud. Soon, he flew to the top of the mountain. Chenrue didn't stop. He kept flying upwards, but it was empty. There was nothing. Looking down, he could only see mountains of clouds and a sea of fog. However, the higher he went, the stronger the feeling in his heart became. It was just like the first time he went outside the Rainbow Valley. At that time, he didn't understand ancient runes, and his magic circle and dragon inscription were not as accomplished as they were now. However, now that Chenrue's magic circle had reached almost the highest level in the demon realm, and he had mastered the basic knowledge of ancient runes, second only to the fairy dragon Rala, he still had the same hazy and even ignorant feeling in the face of this empty sky. It was like a primary school student with excellent math scores suddenly came to the world of advanced mathematics before entering junior high school. Chenrue faintly smelled a trace of ancient runes. The more so, the more surprised he was. He suddenly thought of an ancient saying, "There is always someone better than you." In terms of power, because there were many powerhouses, Chenrue had always set a low position for himself. He also set one goal after another for himself to surpass as a motivation to move forward and become stronger. From Eric's at the beginning to Gustav now, he was able to soar his power rapidly in such a short period of time. It was not only because of the help of the super system, but also his own understanding and opportunities. More importantly, it was the heart of a powerhouse that constantly made progress and surpassed himself. However, what about the rest of the fields? The trio specialized genius mechanic master, the magic circle genius, the ancient runes genius, the economic genius, the planning genius, the master of black potions, the artifact maker. In these fields, there were indeed very few people who could compete with him. This also made Chenrue have a complacent mentality unconsciously. This complacency was not just confidence, but more of pride. In many cases, complacency and stagnation were equated. Chenrue suddenly looked back now and realized that he had become so complacent once upon a time. The trio specialized master and the magic circle genius mostly relied on the deep analysis function of the super system. The black potions and artifacts were simply the products of the super system. The economic and planning aspects were basically plagiarized from the previous life's experience. To put it bluntly, Chenrue was just a lucky and slightly clever transmigrator. What if he left the super system? In fact, even with the assistance of the super system, he still encountered the situation he was in today. As soon as he thought of this, Chenrue suddenly had a feeling of sweating, but he also had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Yes, I can only further improve if I can clearly recognize myself. Know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles. First of all, I must know myself. In just a short thought, Chenrue seemed to have experienced the awakening after thousands of years of thinking. His state of mind correspondingly underwent some subtle changes. Although his strength did not increase significantly, he felt that the road in front of him was wider and clearer. Strength could be continuously increased by hard work, but this kind of improvement of the state of mind mainly relied on the word enlightenment. It required more opportunities which could only be encountered, but not sought. Chenrue's state of mind was refined, and he became calm. He began to use the knowledge he had learned to try to test and amplify the feeling of the ancient runes. After he completely calmed down, the feeling became stronger and stronger. The stronger it was, the more he could feel the mystery in it. Originally, with Chenrue's current ability, he couldn't crack and enter like he did with the Rainbow Valley. However, due to the entry and exit of the blast birds, it left a kind of flaw that might be deliberately revealed to maintain a certain biological chain. Therefore, the original unconstrained entrance became faintly traceable. However, it was still impossible to unravel this flaw and enter it for a while. With a sudden inspiration, Chenrue summoned the blast birds that were close to him. He simulated the method of using the flamingo bird as the first person to test, and he finally made a breakthrough. If he was an ordinary demon emperor, he would probably feel strenuous to continue to float in the air like this. But Chen Rui's flight skill was by no means comparable to ordinary demon emperor powerhouses. After repeated experiments, Chen Rui finally felt dizzy. The transparent air in front of him suddenly changed into another, completely different scene. Although he was mentally prepared, this feeling of jumping out still caused a strong visual impact. It was not only abrupt, but also because of the mysterious power. A white mountain seemed to be no different from the rest of the mountains. However, this mountain was actually floating in the air. Chen Rui's first impression was not that it looked familiar, but that kind of aura, the ancient and desolate aura. This kind of aura could not be felt in the small world on the 4th floor of the book collection hall. Then, the second feeling was the familiarity. Mountain Sacred, which is called the Sacred Mountain in the information on the 4th floor of the hall, is actually such a mysterious mountain floating in mid-air. The blast bird beside Chen Rui chirped happily when it saw Mountain Sacred. It flapped its wings and flew forward. Soon, it disappeared into the dense woods. Chen Rui flew toward this white, floating mountain. As soon as he landed, a strange feeling arose in his mind. No matter where he was, no matter what he disguised himself as, he was an external element of the entire mountain. His every move seemed extremely dazzling. If there was someone in the mountain, he could be found effortlessly. This was somewhat similar to the feeling in Terrace Mansion, but Terrace relied on wisdom and tricks, while here was the real mysterious runes and laws. The scope of this mountain was far greater than the area seen on the outside. Chen Rui walked for a long time, but he was still only at the foot of the mountain. Chen Rui had a hunch that its real scope exceeded the entire huge Saxville mountain range. It was like a world. Territory. The entire Mountain Sacred was a territory that was fused with ancient runes. To be able to cover such a huge mountain range with territory, and there was that strange feeling it was no longer the ability of a demon overlord-level powerhouse. Could this be another ruin left by a demigod powerhouse? In the information he had, he only knew that there was fertile Yuan soil here, but he didn't know the specific location. At present, he could only explore step by step. After walking for a long time, Chen Rui finally found a white staircase leading all the way to the front. This staircase was clean and tidy without even moss. He didn't know if it was because someone often used it or the magical effect of the territory. Chen Rui walked up the stairs. As he walked, he suddenly stopped. In the sky, a ghost-like black shadow swooped down. Race Gargoyle. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. C Strength. C Physique. C Spirit. E Speed. C Attribute. Dark Attribute. The information immediately appeared in Chen Rui's mind. Gargoyle ancient alchemy product with the ability to fly. Some mutants have independent thinking, strong defense. Immunity to psychic magic and magic damage is halved. To be precise, the gargoyle was a half-mechanical, half-creature which was a bit similar to the Crystal Man. It completely ignored the demon emperor level, threatening breath exuding from Chen Rui, and it still swooped down. It was just a demon, king-level gargoyle. Chen Rui raised his hand in the air, and the gargoyle was controlled by a force from 3 meters away. This gargoyle had the same appearance as the information on the 4th floor. It was black all over with a beast head and a human body. Its eyes were glowing red, and its hands and feet had sharp claws. It had a pair of bat wings on its back. Its entire body seemed to be made of some kind of stone. Although the gargoyle was controlled, it still fiercely waved its claws in this direction, as if it would not stop until it died. Chen Rui suddenly frowned. He saw a large number of dark shadows in the air, forming a huge circle that surrounded his location. The number of shadows was still increasing. Looking at the current number of shadows, there were tens of thousands. If they were all Demon King level or even higher, even if Chen Rui was a Demon Emperor, he would definitely be exhausted to death if he fought them head-on. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Those who enter the sacred mountain without permission die. This was a cold female voice. The voice was actually a bit familiar, but the tone was full of unfamiliar coldness and murderous intentions. Chapter 454. Chenrue raised his head, and his eyes fell on a woman who appeared out of thin air on the distant stairs. This woman was dressed in a white shirt. She had a well-proportioned figure, long light blue hair, and a veil on her face. Her whole body exuded a cold and mysterious temperament. Chenrue was taken aback and blurted out, "Tiffany." When the woman heard the name Chenrue called, her eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Chenrue immediately denied this assumption. The woman in front of him was exactly the same in terms of figure, voice, and attire, but the temperament was too different. In his impression, Tiffany was a naive, cute, and innocent girl. Although the woman in front of him looked very similar, her temperament was completely different, especially the cold, bone-chilling, murderous aura which made people shudder. Judging from her tone, this woman is actually the owner of this mountain sacred? Or did she get something left by a demigod? By the way, Tiffany seemed to be very familiar with Mountain Sacred at the beginning. She even knew who was inside. Could it be that she has a close relationship with this similar woman? Or is Tiffany also a member of the Sacred Mountain? This possibility should be 90%, but Chenrue didn't have much time to think because the gargoyles in the air had already swooped down one after another. "Wait a minute, miss. I'm here to—" The woman did not move or hesitate at all. She just looked at him coldly. Seeing that the gargoyles were coming aggressively, Chenrue knew that the battle could not be avoided. As soon as he exerted force in his hand, the red light in the eyes of the controlled gargoyle was instantly extinguished. The black body had a gray color, and it instantly turned into a Real stone. It fell to the ground and shattered. Almost at the same time, dozens of gargoyles that swooped down were suddenly reflected white. The light source was a dazzling huge light ball. Wherever the light ball passed, the gargoyles turned into ashes and shattered. There were a total of 7 balls of light, and they shot out like bullets. Many gargoyles fell to the ground, and for a moment, stone fragments flew everywhere. However, these losses were nothing to the large number of gargoyles. Just as Chenrue released the Aurora shot, more gargoyles pounced from all directions. They were so fast that Chenrue had no time to control the trajectory of the Aurora shot. Chenrue's hands lit up with a faint light, and the countless black shadows that pounced at him were torn apart before they could even get close. Chenrue's 2 blades were like lightning as he fought and walked. Along the way, there were shattered gargoyle corpses. His eyes were still paying attention to the girl, and he tried his best to keep a distance from her. Although the number of gargoyles in the sky was terrifying, he felt that the woman in white was far more dangerous than the gargoyles. However, due to the location, analytical eyes couldn't detect the specific information of the woman. Slowly, Chenrue didn't have much time to pay attention to the woman because there were too many gargoyles. The highest strength of the gargoyles was a few dozens of great demon kings, and some of them still had a certain degree of consciousness. These were nothing to be afraid of. The most terrifying thing was the overall number and the fearlessness of death. Under the wave after wave of crazy attacks, Chenrue finally felt a little overwhelmed. The ground was already covered with broken gray stones, and there were a few more scars on his body. This kind of scars was nothing, but the number of gargoyles that were eliminated was less than 1/10. They were still densely packed, making his scalp numb. Chenrue's physical strength had been consumed a lot. If he continued to fight at this level, he would definitely die of exhaustion. Of course, Chenrue's trump cards were far more than these. He had the Dark North Divine Sword, the Scorching Dragon, the Royal Star Transformation, and the ultimate escape skill, Stargate. However, there was still a mysterious woman eyeing him covetously. There were even many more unknown dangers, so he couldn't show all his trump cards at once. The most important thing was that he came here with great effort for the biggest goal, fertile Yuan soil. In any case, I must eliminate this group of gargoyles first. I still have the most powerful group attack skill. True. Destructive aura / True. Destructive aura / could instantly split all hostile creatures within a diameter of 30 meters by high-speed sword chi, but it could only be used once an hour. If the number of gargoyles was 1,000, Chenrue was completely confident in eliminating them, but the number of gargoyles in front of him was dozens of 1,000. Moreover, their range was very wide and their flying speed was fast. Even with a powerful skill like Destructive Aura / he couldn't eliminate them all at once. With a thought, Chenrue bounced his feet and rose into the air. He actually took the initiative to rush toward the group of gargoyles. The gargoyles suddenly surrounded him from all directions. Chenrue's flying skill was stronger than the average demon emperor, but his speed was still slightly inferior to these monsters who were good at flying. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, a strange sonic boom suddenly sounded. The target suddenly sped up and slowed down again after circling around. The gargoyles continued to surround him, and then the sonic boom sounded again. The dense black shadows quickly changed their formation and circled into a circle. In this roundabout escape, most of the gargoyles were attracted over. This is the time. Chenrue's eyes flashed. For a while, all the gargoyles felt their bodies sink at the same time, and their weight suddenly increased. This was the only magic that Chenrue knew, gravity blessed by the Earth Elemental King. With his demon emperor-level spirit power and elemental blessing, the black shadows within a radius of tens of meters all fell down without exception like rain. Chenrue also flew down himself. When he rushed to the most suitable position in the range, a strange light lit up in his hand. In the blink of an eye, many golden lights flashed on the falling black shadows at the same time like jumping words. In fact, they were being cut by countless tiny and sharp sword chi at high speed. It began to rain in the sky. It was a rain of stone chips. Tens of thousands of gargoyles, who were extremely fierce just now, turned into countless lifeless fragments in a short moment and scattered on the ground. Even the woman in white couldn't help but be moved. This intruder only has the strength of Demon Emperor. That killer move is obviously not the power of territory, but it can kill tens of thousands of powerful gargoyles in seconds. The power of this move is really amazing. Chenrue's figure slowly landed on the ground. His face was pale, and his breathing seemed a little rushed. The power of this destructive aura blow was indeed amazing, but the more targets there were, the more power it consumed. As for the spiritual energy value, it was an additional consumption. Killing tens of thousands of people just now consumed a huge amount of star power. Even with astral form and damage absorption, it felt difficult to continue. A Yuan recovery tree had appeared in front of Chenrue. With the automatic recovery of his body, he quickly recovered his exhausted physical strength. Although the attack just now was very successful, there were still nearly half of the black shadows in the sky. Just now, he had already considered the maximum number of enemies that the space could accommodate. Unfortunately, the range of destructive aura blow was limited after all, and he couldn't use it again within an hour. Just as he was about to take out the North Sea sword, he heard the woman's voice sounded again. "Intruder! How dare you kill so many servants of the sacred mountain? Death alone can't offset your crimes." The woman in white slowly walked down the stairs. Originally, the distance between the two was more than 100 meters, but the woman just walked lightly like she was strolling. In 2 or 3 steps, she had already arrived in front of Chenrue. Race, Greed Royal Family. Comprehensive Strength Assessment. C+S. Physique. CS. Strength. CS. Spirit. CS. Agility. CS. Analysis. Dark Attribute. Light Attribute. Chenrue was shocked in his heart. This attribute is exactly the same as Tiffany's. If the race, strength level, and quality characteristics are just a big coincidence, then what about the unique light and dark attributes? The woman in front of him exuded a cold aura, especially her black eyes, which were full of real murderous intent. Chinrue even felt a kind of disgust and hatred. It was difficult to connect her with that innocent and approachable girl. Could it be that Tiffany is before Chinrue could react? An extremely dangerous feeling had already surged in his heart. Chinrue launched instant transmission without thinking. The ground trembled, and a huge hole had appeared in the original position. The nearby stairs had collapsed. In this place that was full of mysterious aura and protected by the power of ancient runes, such terrible damage was actually caused. It could be seen that the other party did not hold back at all. Terrifying speed. Terrifying attack power. If he used his eyesight, he couldn't see the movements of Tiffany just now. He could only use his senses. The opponent's strength was at the intermediate stage of the demon overlord. Even if he used the Royal Star transformation, he couldn't defeat her. The instant transmission skill didn't have much effect in high-level battles because the teleportation distance was limited. The movement speed of the powerhouses in this distance was actually not much different from teleportation. As soon as Chinrue escaped this blow, he immediately felt that his figure was locked by a cold, murderous intent. The next blow must be earth-shattering again. Wait a minute. Tiffany, I'm your friend, Simon. Chinrue knew that the situation was critical, and he immediately shouted. In fact, he and Tiffany just met by chance at most. Do you still remember that crystal plate? Is it the game item that can eliminate the blocks? Tiffany's figure paused, and she frowned. However, she only paused for 2 seconds. Then she punched again, mercilessly. Chinrue cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to teleport again. There was no third teleport now. If he didn't use the Royal Star transformation, the next blow would be life-threatening. Even escaping would be a problem. I didn't expect that I have to fight with this terrifying woman inexplicably before I see the fertile Yuan soil that I am looking for. The most troublesome thing is that I am still not her opponent. At this moment, the gargoyles hovering in the sky suddenly received some instructions and dispersed one after another. At the same time, a voice sounded. Wait a minute. This voice was indifferent and ethereal. It clearly came from far away in the sky, but it seemed to ring in his ears. Tiffany had appeared not far in front of Chinrue on the right almost instantly, but she retracted her fist abruptly. Chinrue's pupils suddenly contracted. The voice still seemed far away just now, but a person's information appeared in the analytical eyes in an instant. It was just behind the woman on the right. If it weren't for the analytical eyes, Chinrue wouldn't have felt that there was a man in his sight. He looked very young with handsome facial features. There was no powerful breath on his body, but he seemed to have integrated with heaven and earth. Chinrue was clearly standing on a higher ground, but in his eyes he could only look up at the man. The information displayed by the analytical eyes made him almost unable to suppress the horror in his heart. Race, unable to judge. Comprehensive strength assessment, unable to judge. Analysis, extremely dangerous. Chapter 455. If Raisin gave people the feeling of being unfathomable without revealing his breath, then the feeling of the man in front of him was nature. He was integrated with the entire mountain secret, which was this world. A breath or a change in his eyes could affect the power of the world. From this point alone, Raisin, the top powerhouse of the demon realm, was at a disadvantage. In other words, this man had long been beyond the scope of ordinary powerhouses. Chinrue finally understood that I was wrong from the beginning. This is not a ruin. It's simply a place where the super powerhouse lives in seclusion. Judging from the feeling or the data of analytical eyes, this man's strength is at least demon supreme level, which is demigod. This man is the most powerful existence that Chinrue has seen since he transmigrated to this world. Just like the middle-level Great Demon King and Demon King needed to look up to the high-level Demon Emperor and Demon Overlord, there is also a huge watershed between Demon Overlord and Demon Supreme Level Powerhouse. Even Paglio at his peak was sealed in an instant in front of the demon supreme-level powerhouse. Beyond the level of demon overlord, he could already be called a super powerhouse. Above the transcendent powerhouses were the gods. However, the gods hadn't shown any miracles for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the gods that had already become legends, the semi-god, super-level powerhouses that occasionally appeared were the true pinnacle existences of this plane. According to this situation, the man's strength should be demigod. Teacher. Tiffany showed respect and retreated behind the man. This title surprised Chinrue a little. It turns out that Tiffany is the disciple of this powerhouse. The man didn't look at Tiffany. His gaze on Chinrue was a little strange. You can actually detect my existence so quickly? And you seem to understand something? When Chinrue detected the man had already sensed it, and he even grasped a trace of emotional fluctuations. Respected expert, my name is Simon. Chinrue had recovered from the shock, and he bowed deeply. If he still wanted to take a risk with the Royal Star transformation, just now he didn't have any fluke thoughts now. In front of a powerhouse of this level, there was no fluke to speak of. Simon. The man's gaze circled around Chinrue's body, and Chinrue suddenly felt like he was naked, with almost no secrets to speak of. It's been a long time since I've seen a living person. For you to be able to come here, whether it's your strength or luck, it's a rare opportunity. If you were an ordinary demons, you would have received a precious gift. Unfortunately, you have a smell that I hate. I'll give you 1 minute to control your fate. Perhaps you can change your fate of being annihilated. The man's plain tone carried an unquestionable certainty, as if he was a god who had the power of life and death, casually deciding the fate of an ant. Without seeing the other party move, Chinrue felt his body tighten. He had been locked by a strange force. For a while, he couldn't cast any skills. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the demigod space in the Rainbow Valley that day. The current situation was much worse than that time because he was facing a real demigod powerhouse. Chinrue hurriedly said, "Dear powerhouse, please forgive me for coming here abruptly. I was entrusted by a partner to find something that is extremely important to him and his tribe. This thing is called fertile yuan soil." The man nodded slightly. Fertile yuan soil is of vital importance to the earth elementals. You should not be lying. However, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be hard to believe that the King of Darkness would actually choose a person like you for elemental blessing. It seemed that the man had seen the gravity spell used to destroy the gargoyles previously. Not only did he see it, but he also saw through many things. Chinrue was no stranger to the title of King of Darkness. The Water Elemental King had mentioned similar terms in Town Lupin. Obviously, the King of Darkness referred to the third kings of dark, earth, and water. It was just that Chinrue faintly felt that the man had a special prejudice against him from the beginning. Is it because of some annoying smell? The elemental war may be a reason for you to survive today, but it is just maybe. The man pondered for a while and put away the coldness in his eyes. I will give you 2 choices now. First, I can give you fertile yuan soil, but you must join my territory kingdom and become an eternal servant of Mountain Secret. The reason why I give you such a gift is purely because of something in you. Of course, there is also a special performance that surprised me a little bit previously. The man's words made Chinrue bow his head and say nothing. The so-called territory kingdom should be the entire Mountain Secret. This may be the territory mystery of the demigod powerhouse. It could also be said to be the prototype of the kingdom of God. Chinrue definitely didn't want to be an eternal servant, but it was obviously quite difficult to perfunctory this super powerhouse in front of him. Even if he could escape from Mountain Secret by chance after feigning civility, it might bring terrible undeserved disasters to his friends and loved ones. You actually want to refuse? The man immediately understood Chinrue's thoughts, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. "You may have guessed my level, but you don't know that what I can give you is a great gift that many people can't ask for. I can increase your lifespan by at least 200 years. As a servant of the sacred mountain, you will also have special abilities, such as—" The man glanced at Tiffany behind him, and Tiffany's body immediately emitted a strange light. A set of small, dark red half-body armor appeared on her body, emitting a gem-like light. He felt that her aura had become more powerful. The armor of faith can fuse and greatly increase the strength of the user. It can also enhance the power of dark magic. The stronger my territory kingdom is, the stronger the power of this armor of faith. Once my territory kingdom is promoted to a real kingdom of God, then the armor will undergo a stronger mutation. At the same time, the person with the armor of faith will directly be promoted to an oracle, becoming the pillar of spreading faith and mastering the power of the kingdom of God. Chinrue stared at Tiffany's armor tightly. The shock in his heart was simply unparalleled. It was not because of the special ability of this armor of faith, but because he also had a similar armor. Royal Star Transformation. Royal Star Transformation also requires faith crystals to be cast. Is it the same principle? The man's territory kingdom is only this mountain's sacred, but Chenrue's own kingdom is a whole galaxy. Although the current life is only a blue planet, and the number is limited, it will definitely continue to expand in the future. Then, the faith power will also become stronger and more abundant. This seems to represent the Royal Star Transformation. Armor will also become more powerful. Chinrue thought of spiritual link and link enhancement, and his heart moved. Not only can the Royal Star Transformation be further strengthened, if my strength reaches a certain level in the future, can I also impart a similar armor of faith to others like this man? As strong as the man was, he only perceived Chenrue's secret joy. He didn't know that in this guy's body there was an existence similar to a real kingdom of God, which far exceeded his current territory, kingdom, sacred mountain. The so-called secret joy was completely different from what he expected. "Respected powerhouse, can I listen to the second choice?" Chinrue's question made the man frown slightly. Then he sneered, "Very well, I don't like servants like you very much, just for—" "Since this is the case, then it means that you have taken the initiative to give up the first choice." Chinrue didn't expect the man to be so ruthless. Before he could defend, the man had already said, "The second choice is to exchange fertile yuan soil with something of equal value. You have 3 chances. If you can't come up with something I'm interested in within 10 minutes, I don't mind exchanging your humble life." The threat of death made Chinrue secretly shocked and angry, but this man's strength was really too terrifying. He had no ability to resist at all. In the face of this absolute power, no matter how resourceful he was helpless. He could only abide by the rules of the game honestly. Power is the biggest rule in this world. Chinrue thought for a while and pretended to take out a handful of fruits from the space ring. "These are my treasures. I wonder if they can be exchanged for Sir's fertile yuan soil?" The man glanced at it. Devil fruit, devil pomeg, and that unknown strange fruit. If it is placed in those empires outside, it should cause a sensation. Unfortunately, this place is a different concept from the outside world. It is of no value at all. In addition to rare fruits, such as devil fruit, Chinrue also had fruits that increased aura. Unfortunately, the other party didn't even bother to look at it. He was obviously uninterested. What can interest a demigod powerhouse? Artifact? If the artifact is exposed, it will bring unknown trouble, but it should be life-saving for now. Although he got a lot from the Mechanic Association, there were still some relatively ordinary materials that he didn't have time to gather or refine. Therefore, Chinrue hadn't made a new artifact. The ready-made artifacts in his hands had already recognized him as their master, so he definitely couldn't take it out to be perfunctory. As soon as Chinrue thought about it, He took out a round bead that glowed with a faint blue light. This was the treasure that Dodo offered previously. It contained a powerful water element power. The Earth Elemental King once said that this was not an elemental heart, but it also seemed to be quite a rare treasure. Crown of Water Wave. The man glanced at it as usual. You should bring it to the Water Elemental King instead of here. You still have one last chance, maybe the last chance in your life. Chen Rui only knew that this bead turned out to be called the Crown of Water Wave. Judging from the man's tone, it should be something that the Water Elemental King attached great importance to. But he had no time to think about it now because there was only one last chance left. The man's voice was still very calm, and there was no murderous intention in the surrounding breath. Chinrue didn't think it was a joke at all. If he couldn't take out something that the man was interested in next time, then it would definitely be a result of instant death. At the juncture of life and death, Chinrue took a deep breath. Then there is only the black potion left. Although this may expose a lot of things, in order to save my life, I can't care so much. I don't know if the demigod powerhouse is interested in the black potion. If even this can't attract him, then there is really only a dead end. Just at the moment when Chenrue wanted to take out the black potion, he suddenly thought of something. There was already something in his hand, a flower. This flower seemed to be condensed from some kind of crystal. It was about the size of 2 fists and exuded a glamorous red. As soon as he took it out, the man's eyes changed. Chenrue only felt that the world was spinning, and he was instantly wrapped by a terrifying breath. In an instant, he had the illusion of being annihilated. A cold voice that penetrated the soul came into his ear. Flower of Abyss! Where did this come from? Chapter 456. The huge sense of crisis made Chinrue dare not hesitate at all. He immediately told about his encounter in the Crystal Valley's underground crystal mine that day. After a while, the feeling of horror gradually faded. The bewitching red flower known as the Flower of Abyss was already suspended on the man's palm. Its surface was wrapped in a transparent, circular light film. It seemed to be very careful. The man looked at the Flower of Abyss and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he finally said, "The real value of the Flower of Abyss is more than fertile Yuan soil. Fertile Yuan soil is in the Blackwood Cliff in the west. You can find and take it away by yourself. I will not interfere with any of your actions. I need to remind you that this is also a test. If you can successfully obtain fertile Yuan soil, I will give you a precious gift and let you leave safely." Chinrue didn't say much. He bowed, turned around, and headed west. He disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. After so many years, the Abyss family is still trying to revive. The light film in the man's hand suddenly turned red. The Flower of Abyss in it began to tremble. It actually let out a miserable scream. The flower body quickly annihilated and finally turned into a pool of ashes. Tiffany, behind the man, said, "Teacher, do you want me to kill that person?" The man shook his head. I said that this is a test. If he can retrieve fertile Yuan soil from Oliphius, then it is enough to prove his value. Maybe he will become a very useful chess piece in the plan in the future. Even if I am wrong, at least he can be used as a toy to kill time. Chinrue didn't know that the Flower of Abyss had been destroyed. After leaving the man's sight, he felt that his tense nerves finally relaxed. Although the man didn't release any more pressure except for releasing a trace of breath when he saw the Flower of Abyss. Just standing opposite the man made him feel like the candle of life was pinched in the man's hand. It would be extinguished with just a breath. The demon overlord of demigod level was indeed not comparable to demon overlord, let alone Chen Rui's current level. Although the man did not say what would happen if he didn't pass the test, Chen Rui knew very well that this trip was by no means simple. His life might be in danger, but things had come to this point. There was no turning back. Fertile Yuan soil must be obtained anyway. As for the precious gift, he didn't dare to hope for it. It was obvious that this semi-god powerhouse was an extremely dangerous existence. In front of him, he felt as if his very soul was being seen through. He wasn't someone that could be tricked with just a few words. He could only hope that he could leave safely when the time came. The scope of Mountain Sacred was quite vast. According to the man, this was his territory kingdom. It seemed that the territory of the demigod powerhouse was no longer limited to the scope of combat, but there was a vague prototype of the kingdom of God. The animals and plants in Mountain Sacred, including the blast bird he saw earlier, should be able to provide power similar to the power of faith, which played a very important role in the improvement of the man's strength. However, this kind of faith was more like a kind of dependent survival, which was still very different from true faith. This might be one of the fundamental differences between demigod and god. With Chen Rui's speed, he still hadn't found the blackwood cliff mentioned by the man after walking for 3 hours. He saw many exotic flowers and precious medicinal materials on the way, but Chen Rui didn't dare to move rashly. He just concentrated on looking for fertile yuan soil. Finally, in front of a hillside, Chen Rui saw a black cliff surrounded by mist from a distance. When he was accelerating forward, he suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. With a bounce of his feet, he had already appeared 10 meters away. There was already a sturdy monster at the place where he originally stood. It had a lion's head, a strong body about the size of a buffalo, a pair of wings, and a 2-meter-long scorpion tail behind his buttocks. The hook at the end emitted a faint blue-cold light. Manticore. Manticore was a powerful demonic beast with swift movements. Its claws and teeth were highly poisonous, which could paralyze the enemy. The poison of the tail stinger was particularly toxic. This manticore had a mutated bloodline, and its strength had reached the intermediate stage of the demon emperor. The combat power of demonic beasts was even greater than that of ordinary demons. Coupled with the terrifying combat talent of the manticore, its actual combat power should be close to the peak stage of the demon emperor. Chen Rui didn't dare to neglect. He secretly condensed his power. He had consumed a lot of power to deal with the gargoyle previously. Fortunately, the characteristics of astral form made him recover most of it, and skills such as Orifsa could be used again. In addition to being a terrifying predator, the manticore was also a demonic beast with a very strong sense of territory. It would attack the intruders who broke into its territory mercilessly with all its strength. Chen Rui felt a strong killing intent in the analytical eyes, but he couldn't communicate at all. Amidst the roar, this manticore had already pounced on Chen Rui. Its speed was indeed extremely amazing. Chen Rui suddenly appeared around him. He had activated the Galaxy Territory skill. Affected by the Galaxy Territory, the manticore's speed suddenly slowed down. Chen Rui, who was waiting patiently, dodged sideways. While dodging, he punched the manticore's abdomen like lightning. Since its strength, speed, and other aspects were greatly weakened by the Galaxy Territory, the manticore was not prepared. Its huge body was blown away by this punch. Before the manticore's body landed, a light ball had already come to its face. Aurora shot. Boom! The Aurora shot, which was launched later but arrived first, had already hit the manticore. The white light disappeared into the forest at a rapid speed, breaking countless trees. Chen Rui knew that although this blow was unexpected, it was obviously impossible to eliminate this powerful manticore. His goal was the Blackwood Cliff. He didn't want to fight with the demonic beasts here, so he didn't chase or check. He teleported in the opposite direction. As he was about to speed up and leave, his figure suddenly stopped. There were low roars in front one after another, and manticore figures appeared one after another. 3, for a total of 11 appeared. Even though Chen Rui had many adventures, he still felt creeped out. I actually broke into the manticore's lair. Most of these manticore have mutated bloodlines. The lowest strength is also the peak stage of the Great Demon King, and the highest strength has reached the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. It seems that the species in Mountain Secret are affected by a certain territory power. They are indeed much stronger than the average level. No wonder the blast birds desperately want to enter here. The manticore that was knocked flying previously also flew over and formed an encirclement with its companions. This manticore's face was badly mutilated, and one of its eyes was squinted. The fur on its body was also damaged. It seemed that it had suffered a lot under the sudden blow just now, but the violent breath on its body became stronger. It was obviously stimulated by the injury. The manticore's speed was extremely fast, and its flying speed was also far better than the gargoyle. Chinrue couldn't escape, so he could only fight. Since Mountain Secret was the territory kingdom of the mysterious man, every plant and tree in the kingdom should be under the perception of the mysterious man. I can't activate the Royal Star transformation easily, then I can only use the Scorching Dragon. At this moment, a long roar suddenly came from a distance. This long roar vaguely carried a special deterrence. Those manticore showed fear one after another. None of them dared to make the original roar, as if they didn't even dare to take a breath. The roar was closer, and a black spot in the distant sky quickly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it was already in the sky. Chinrue suddenly took a deep breath. This was a giant dragon about 8 meters long with a pair of wings on its back. Its whole body was covered with black scales. Only its abdomen was slightly dark red, and the ends of its claws and horns glowed with a pale silver light. Race: Dragons, Black Dragon, Comprehensive Strength Assessment, S. Strength, S. Physique, S- Spirit, S- Speed, S-. Analysis: Dark Attribute. The surrounding manticore no longer had the previous fierce appearance. They were frightened and fled in all directions. Chinrue also wanted to escape, but he felt that he had been firmly locked by a terrifying breath. If he moved rashly, he had no doubt that this black dragon would immediately launch a fierce attack on him. If it was those manticore just now, he still had the power to fight. Now, this black dragon of the intermediate stage of the demon overlord was not something that he could fight against now. God of misfortune, your *SS. Chinrue couldn't help but scold inward. Manticore, black dragon, these are the most terrifying creatures in Mountain Secret, and I actually encountered all of them. I really hit the jackpot today. The black dragon fluttered its wings and landed in front of Chinrue. Its black eyes stared at Chinrue, and it spoke in human language. It was actually a female voice. How dare you? How dare you disturb my nap? If you want to live, immediately hand over a huge sum of money as compensation. Chinrue was a little speechless. It seems to be almost night now, right? How big of a commotion is this? It's obviously a premeditated robbery, Black Miss Long said viciously. Seeing that you are an unfamiliar face, don't tell me that you have no money. Otherwise, I will lock you up in Blackwood Cliff and starve for a month now. Blackwood Cliff? Chinrue's mind moved, and he said, This beautiful and powerful Ms. Dragons, my name is Simon. I came to Blackwood Cliff to obtain fertile yuan soil under the order of the owner of Mountain Secret. Miss, please do me a favor. Sir Satan wants fertile yuan soil? Black Miss Long's tone became surprised. Chinrue only knew the name of the mysterious powerhouse now. Satan Dash? I seem to have heard it on Earth, just like the words Lucifer and Mammon. But this is obviously another unrelated plane. Therefore, there is no invincible East, Renwushing, or younger brother Lien on Blackwood Cliff. There is only Black Miss Long and fertile yuan soil. At this time, the black dragon's body changed quickly and turned into a woman's appearance. This woman had black hair and a youthful appearance. She was dressed in a black robe, and her figure was slender, especially her legs. They were perfect. The only fly in the ointment was that her chest was a little flat. Ah, that's right. Compared with the emerald dragon and fairy dragon that Chinrue had seen, she could only be described as flat. Chinrue took the opportunity to say, yes, if it weren't for Sir Satan, How would I know that Blackwood Cliff has— Let's talk about fertile yuan soil later. Black Miss Long interrupted Chinrue unceremoniously. She stared straight at him and shouted almost hysterically, "Money! Hand over the money first. Otherwise, even if I disobey Sir Satan's order, I will fight you to the death." For a while, Black Miss Long's momentum became stronger, and a monstrous dragon's demeanor oppressed him. Fortunately, Chinrue and Peglio had signed an equality contract, and they had many encounters, so although this dragon's demeanor was terrifying, it could not have a substantial impact on him. However, the hungry eyes made him break out in a cold sweat. Mom said that disturbing people's nap is the most abominable behavior, so you have to hand over 50, no, 100 black crystal coins. So much? Are you sure there isn't a million at the end? Chinrue almost choked on his saliva, making such a big scene, shouting to fight, and even fighting with a demigod powerhouse just for 100 black crystal coins? Chapter 457. Mountain Sacred Blackwood Cliff, a Cave. Chinrue was a little speechless as he watched Black Miss Long sit on the ground and count the 100 black crystal coins she had just received like a treasure. I didn't expect to encounter such a superb Ms. Dragons and Mountain Sacred today. It's fine if it's a robbery, but the number of superb ones is really too little. It's like someone kidnapped a billionaire in order to extort 100 yuan from him. This is the most thrifty dragons that Chinrue has ever encountered. It's really black crystal coins. So many. I finally have money. Black Miss Long's eyes sparkled with tears of excitement. She almost buried her entire face in the small pile of black crystal coins. Miss Orpheus. Chinrue had already learned the name of this superb lady. This money, mine. Black Miss Long covered the small pile of black crystal coins and looked at him vigilantly. The hostility that had been extinguished just now rose again. Yes, this money is already yours, miss. Chinrue quickly calmed Oliphius's heart. Since I have already paid the money, then fertile yuan soil. Oliphius's head shook like a rattle, and she replied firmly, "No. Fertile yuan soil is the most important part of my life. I will never hand it over." Chinrue was originally just testing. Now that he was sure that fertile yuan soil was in the hands of Black Miss Long, he said again, "But Sir Satan asked me to— Sir Satan will not rob people's rations." Oliphius still shook her head. "Besides, if you were really sent by Sir Satan, how could you be attacked by those manticores?" This Black Miss Long's mind is also meticulous. Chinrue noticed one thing. That is, Black Miss Long's name for fertile yuan soil is actually rations. Oliphius was obviously a miser, but the standard for measuring wealth seemed to be quite low. She should be able to solve it with money. But Chinrue intended to clarify some things first. "Ms. Oliphius, may I ask, what is the use of fertile yuan soil for?" "It's very useful. That's the most delicious seasoning. 2 lala potatoes with a little fertile yuan soil in the middle is simply the legendary taste of barbecue." Oliphius looked intoxicated, but she frowned. "The only fly in the ointment is that after eating it, my stomach will be hard for a while, and it will take a long time to recover." Chinrue was shocked again. This Ms. Oliphius is simply a legendary dragon. What is fertile yuan soil? She actually ate it like a sandwich. This is also the special physique of the black dragon. If it were other demons or demonic beasts, I'm afraid they would have already turned into a stone. Oliphius seemed to think of something. She held the 100 black crystal coins tightly with both hands, but she stretched out her feet. She used a very inelegant posture to grab a stone with a faint, colorful light in the corner. She covered it together with the black crystal coins. She didn't care about any manners or exposure. Chinrue's eyes immediately focused on the palm-sized stone. He felt a strong earth element breath. Yes, this is fertile yuan soil. It can greatly improve the strength of the earth elemental king and the entire earth elementals. Ms. Oliphius, why don't— I use the legendary barbecue to exchange for your fertile yuan soil? Chun Rui's eyes turned, and he took out a few skewers of barbecue from the storage warehouse. Before he could say the next sentence, a breeze blew, and the barbecue had fallen into the hands of the Black Miss Long. She smelled it, showing an elated look. It turns out that this is the legendary barbecue. It is hundreds of times better than the garbage I made. Just smelling that fragrance is intoxicating. Awoo. Olifius burst into tears, then she gobbled it up. Chinrue looked at the cave where he and the Black Miss Long were. Although it was neat and spacious, it was a standard poor place. There was only a bed made of stone and a simple table and stool. Olifius's hands and neck were bare. She didn't even have any jewelry or space equipment. The large sum of black crystal coins and fertile yuan soil were just placed there. Chinrue finally understood that this Black Miss Long not only lived a poor life, but she also never went out to see the world at all. Olifius had already eaten up the barbecue in the blink of an eye. She stuck out her small tongue to lick the bamboo stick as if she hadn't had enough. That kind of licking posture and intoxicated look could easily make many males fantasize. But these thoughts would soon disappear because Ms. Black Dragon actually chewed the bamboo stick into pieces. This action would definitely make the males who were still distracted just now clamp their legs for a while. In fact, Ms. Olifius just wanted to chew it to better inhale the tempting fragrance. Although Chun Rue didn't fantasize, he still sweated profusely at the Black Miss Long's actions. What does this lady usually eat? Simon, is there any more barbecue? Don't worry, as long as you give me barbecue. I swear by my mother's name that I will never embarrass you, never force you, never. Under the eager eyes of Olifius, Chinrue took out a lot of barbecue skewers. The Black Miss Long was overjoyed. Her affection for this guy who wanted to rob her rations had skyrocketed. At least he no longer had the murderous aura and hostility at the beginning. The Black Miss Long's appetite was quite big. She ate all the barbecue stock in Chun Rue's storage warehouse until the bottom before touching her round belly with satisfaction. It's so comfortable. I never thought that there would be such a wonderful life. Miss Olifius seemed to be moved to tears again. Simon, where do you live on the mountain? I will go to you every day in the future to discuss life and ideals. Chinrue rolled his eyes. You just want to find barbecue to discuss life every day, right? Do you really regard it as a long-term meal ticket? Miss Olifius, you have eaten the legendary barbecue. Can we discuss the problem of fertile yuan soil? Olifius immediately covered the fertile yuan soil that was placed together with the black crystal coins in front of her vigilantly. No, it's mine. Chinrue knew that he couldn't beat Olifius by force, so he had to go further with a soft approach, since I have given Miss so much of the most delicious barbecue. The fertile yuan soil that is much worse than the barbecue has lost its value. Miss, didn't you just swear not to make things difficult for me? You shouldn't be the kind of despicable person who doesn't recognize me after wiping your mouth, right? Of course not, but I'm not a fool. Although fertile yuan soil is unpalatable, it can slowly grow after eating a piece. It is enough for me to eat for tens of thousands of years. If you want to take it away, you have to at least give me barbecue for tens of thousands of years, or help me cook barbecue for tens of thousands of years. Cook for tens of thousands of years? Chinrue was speechless again. Olifius has never seen much of the world, but she is very clever in her calculations. He had to use his trump card. I urgently need to use fertile yuan soil to help a friend. I can't stay here for a long time, so it's better to convert it into black crystal coins and give it to you. When Olifius heard the words black crystal coins, her eyes lit up. When she was about to nod, she showed a thoughtful look. Are you very rich? You guessed it right. You're really extraordinarily rich. However, Chinrue was well aware of the dragon's greed, so he replied perfunctorily, It's all right. My entire net worth is only 20,000 to 30,000 black crystal coins. These days, prices are soaring and inflation is making my life difficult. The amount of money that he pretended to be poor was simply too huge. Anything that he took out would be more than this amount. Not counting those odds and ends, just the big money alone had Paglio's treasure, the fundraising money of the fallen angel empire, the treasure of the crystal dragon, and the harvest of the crystal mine in the Crystal Valley. At least, he could be described as rich as a country. However, the impact of the number 20,000 to 30,000 on Oliphius was still beyond Chun Rue's imagination. Black Miss Long's eyes suddenly lit up. They seemed to become green, which made Chun Rue's hair stand on end. I've decided I can give you fertile Yuan soil, but hearing this, Chun Rue was ready to be robbed by her all assets. Who knew that Oliphius's tone changed? You must hire me as your personal bodyguard. 100 black crystal coins a year, and I will protect you for 200 to 300 years. By the way, the daily meal must be barbecue, and there must be the legendary fruit, wine, butter bread, and steak. At the end, Black Miss Long couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She didn't look like she had just eaten her fill. Chun Rue was speechless. This chick is too cunning. After going around for a long time, not only did she not give up the long-term meal ticket, but she also wants to seize my all assets. If I didn't swear in the name of my mother when I ate the barbecue at the beginning, I'm afraid I would have already robbed it. But then again, 100 black crystal coins to hire a demon overlord-level black dragon for a year is simply a super weird price. Where can I find such a good deal? Chun Rue just wanted to agree, but he heard Black Miss Long added, However, I promise my mother that I will not leave Mountain Secret until I reach the peak stage of the demon overlord. Sir Satan will not make things difficult for me at that time. Now, I'm only at the intermediate stage, so you must wait for me to meet this requirement before we can leave here together. Chun Rue was dumbfounded. From the intermediate stage of the demon overlord to the peak stage of the demon overlord, it would take at least a few decades, or at least hundreds or thousands of years. How could he afford to wait? He had to take out another handful of black crystal coins. Miss Oliphius, why don't I just give you the money directly? No, who do you think I am? Miss Oliphius said as she unconsciously grabbed the black crystal coins. I want money and delicious food. No, I am a trustworthy person. I swore in my mother's name that I will never go back on my words. Chun Rue saw that the fertile Yuan soil was close at hand, but Black Miss Long held it tightly together with the black crystal coins. He was quite helpless in his heart, so he immediately asked tentatively, Your mother? Oliphius's mood suddenly became depressed. My mother is buried behind the Blackwood Cliff. She took me, who was a baby, to hide from the enemies and was seriously injured. Then she escaped here, and soon Chun Rue understood a little more. No wonder Oliphius is poor. She can be regarded as the poorest dragon I have ever seen. It turns out to be like this. It is quite pitiful to live alone in this closed small world without being able to go out. Well, Miss Oliphius, I really have something urgent, so I can't stay here. Let's use a compromise. As he said, Chun Rue took out a space ring. In this space ring, there are 10,000 black crystal coins, which is my deposit for 100 years. There is also a contact magic crystal stone. I will give them to you together with this ring. In the future, when you become the peak stage of the demon overlord, you can contact me at the Wallong Hotel in the Fallen Angel capital. I will definitely hire you according to the agreement. 10,000 black crystal coins. Oliphius stuffed the fertile Yuan soil into Chun Rue's hand without hesitation. She grabbed the space ring, touched it, and looked at it. She burst into tears again. This is the legendary space ring. This is the legendary fertile Yuan soil. Chun Rue looked at the heavy stone in his hand, and he almost burst into tears. It's not easy. Chun Rue and Oliphius just met by chance. Even if there is any promise, I can't expose the secret of the Dark Moon. As for the Wallon Hotel, it is a contact point of the Dark Demon. If Oliphius really goes to him one day, the Dark Demon will also act according to the situation. It's just that it is likely to be decades or hundreds of years later. As Chen Rui was about to leave here, the analytical eyes suddenly gave a prompt. He saw that a person appeared out of thin air in the cave. It was the mysterious man, Satan. Facing Satan, Oliphius seemed to be a lot more honest, but she held the space ring tightly in her hand and saluted, "Sir Satan." Satan nodded and turned his gaze to Qinrui. "In any case, you have passed the test and obtained the fertile Yuan soil. Then, you will also get the generous reward you deserve." As he said, a red light shot out from his fingertips. Qinrui only felt that there was a strange and mysterious breath in his body. At the same time, a red badge appeared in his hand with a strange pattern engraved on it. "It seemed to be a snake," Satan said. "If you can digest the power of this territory kingdom, your strength should have a leap. As for that badge, it can summon me. If you encounter the abyss of Bloodsea or other similar scenes again, condense your power at the snake's head and crush the badge. However, except for the things that interest me, I will not care about any affairs including the Demon Realm Empire, even the rise and fall of life and death. If you dare to use it to summon me, then you will only summon death and destruction." Chen Rui subconsciously squeezed the snake pattern badge in his hand and asked tentatively, "That underground crystal mine, there's no need to go to the crystal mine anymore. The entrance to the abyss is not fixed, and once it is exposed, it will never be repeated in the same place." "Understood. Thank you, Sir Satan." Qinrui nodded. There was a burst of uncontrollable joy in his heart. This time, not only did I successfully obtain fertile Yuan soil, but I also got a trace of power bestowed by the demigod powerhouse. Don't underestimate this trace unit. Back in the Rainbow Valley, that trace of demigod territory power made him and the fairy dragon Rala suffer a lot, and they almost encountered an accident. Maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future. As long as you are willing to pay, you can get a generous return," Satan said faintly, which seemed to have a deeper meaning. Qinrui felt that the space was distorted, and he was already outside Mountain Secret. Black Miss Long's voice still sounded in his ears. "I will come to you soon. Remember to prepare the legendary fruit wine, butter bread, steak." Satan's body appeared in the air of Mountain Secret, looking at the human in the distance. "Body of light, blessing." Hee. Suddenly, Qinrui felt dizzy. The white mountain in front of him had disappeared, and it returned to its original emptiness. Chapter 458. Although there were still doubts about Tiffany's identity in his heart, Qinrui still left Mountain Secret with satisfaction. In addition to the biggest gain of fertile Yuan soil, he also unexpectedly obtained a trace of demigod-level power. As for the badge, it could also play an unimaginable role at certain times. Satan once said that he would not care about the rise and fall of the Demon Realm Empire. This sentence did not seem to be false because the demigod-level powerhouse was originally a legendary existence that transcended the mortal world. So Qinrui should not worry about the leakage of his gravity, elemental blessing, and other skills, which would arouse the suspicion of people with ulterior motives. However, Qinrui did not relax his vigilance against Satan because of the benefits he got. He faintly felt that Satan had an instinctive rejection or disgust for him. In this case, he actually gave me such a big benefit. He must have a deeper purpose. I don't know if there is any trick in this kind of bestowal power. Since the entrance to the abyss is extremely difficult to encounter, then the requirement to find it is just incidental. The real purpose should be something else. However, it is useless to think too much now. To put it bluntly, I am just a chess piece. It is useless to escape. Before I am not qualified to become a player of that level, I can only act according to the situation. In the whole world, Everyone is a chess piece. It's just that the chess game is different. I need to return to the chess game I play now. Not to mention the benefits of Mountain Secret. This trip to the Bloody Empire itself had a lot of gains. First of all, he exposed Nate's true colors and avenged Master Fonsac. Then he used Adelaide's death to escalate the dispute between several princes, further stirring up the Bloody Empire, and at the same time he framed Bloodfall, causing Bloodfall to suffer heavy losses under Raisin's heavy punch. Of course, there were also the precious basic law insights obtained on the 4th floor of the book collection hall. However, Qinrui still felt suspicious about the little prince, Terrace. That night exploration failed, and he was injured by Gustav. However, Gustav appeared in Terrace's mansion so quickly, and he even knew the characteristics of the magic circle in the mansion. This was enough to explain some problems. After calculating, he had been in the Bloody Empire for more than 2 months. He must rush back to the Dark Moon as soon as possible, not only to avoid suspicion from people with ulterior motives, but there must be a lot of things waiting to be resolved. Unfortunately, the maximum limit of star points was 2. Due to temporary needs, both star points were changed to the Bloody Empire. Otherwise, he could return to the Dark Moon in the blink of an eye. Qinrui didn't choose to cross from the Black Iron Mountain range of the Dark Shadow Empire to the Bloody Vine Flower Estate and detour from Townlea to the west of the Dark Moon Estate because it would be a big detour. Moreover, the wyvern he rode last time had already automatically returned to the Dark Moon under the original order. Qinrui chose to go south from the Bloody Empire and enter the Fallen Angel Empire through the Warlock Fortress of the Fallen Angel Empire. This was much faster. After making up his mind, Qinrui immediately used the Stargate to return to the Bloody Empire's capital. At this time, the capital was in a tense atmosphere. Not only the Bloodfall, but some spies and forces of other empires were also hit to varying degrees. Since the Dark Demon received Qinrui's notice in advance, their losses were minimized. At present, the Mechanic Association was running for a new president. The most popular candidates were the 2 candidates. The first was Qinrui's old rival, the duo-specialized master, Horford, and the other was actually Master Turia. Turia's wife, Mavina, was also a master. She was also the leader who organized the masters to settle accounts with Nate that day. More importantly, Turia was the former teacher of the late genius Richard who exposed Nate's true colors. Horford's talent and skills were higher, but his temperament was eccentric and his popularity was poor. In contrast, Turia was much more popular, so he was also the most promising candidate to become the president. Qinrui did not stay in the Bloody Empire to watch the excitement of the election, and he went straight south. As for Ms. Belluin, who was still sad, perhaps Richard was just a passerby in her life. Besides, Richard was already dead. If we are fated, let's talk about it in the future. Qinrui asked the Dark Demon to get a mutated griffin. He went all the way south from the Bloody Empire to the Iron Fist Estate at the fastest speed. Then he changed to a carriage, crossed the border, and headed for the Warlock Fortress. Although the Bloody Empire and the Fallen Angel Empire had a peace agreement, there were constant small frictions at the border. Fortunately, the main road was relatively safe. Due to the recent rise of the Dark Moon, the business exchanges between the 2 empires were increasing day by day. The Bloody Empire merchants entered the Fallen Angel Empire through this road. Qinrui mixed in a caravan, successfully passed the inspection, and entered Town Black Cloud in the Fallen Angel Empire. Town Black Cloud was the place where Athena and Lomont met. Its scale was even larger than Townlea. Soldiers of the Warlock Fortress could be seen from time to time. Behind Town Black Cloud was the strongest barrier of the Fallen Angel Empire against the Bloody Empire, the Warlock Fortress. It was guarded by the first general of the Fallen Angel Empire, George. Wales. This time, Qinrui not only wanted to use the fastest route to return to the Dark Moon, but he also wanted to visit his father-in-law on the way. Compared with Kia's captured father, Asgalar, Athena's father, General George, was the real father-in-law. Whether it was bloodline or the love and care for his daughter, it was incomparable to ordinary fathers. General George once visited the Dark Moon to inspect his son-in-law's classmates. When he thought that Chen-Rui was just a human with a little wisdom and no power, the first general still did not object to the relationship between Athena and Chen-Rui. The reason was very simple. His daughter liked him. With George's identity as the #1 figure in the military, his daughter, Athena, should have been destined to a political marriage. However, George did not hesitate to refuse all the family's marriage requests. He was even unshaken by the so-called continuation of the Wales family name, threats. This was his courage. Chen-Rui still clearly remembered that his father-in-law once said a sonorous and powerful sentence. "Will I sacrifice my daughter's happiness in exchange for the family's interests? If I fall to this step, then the Wales family name will lose its meaning of existence. If Athena doesn't agree, then I don't agree. Those who don't agree can come to the Warlock Fortress to fight with me. I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill a pair if two come. I'll kill 3 if 3 come. So what if it's Obsidian who seized the Lord of Midnight Sun's estate? If he annoys me, I'll still rebel against him." Listening to it now, there was still an impulse to take off his hat to pay tribute to the first general. With such a personality charm, no wonder even the poison dragon feels like General George at first sight. Chen-Rui did not stay in Town Black Cloud. He left the caravan and went straight to the Warlock Fortress. The Warlock Fortress was a large fortress built against the mountain. The terrain was extremely dangerous. It was the only way to the White Feather Estate. The fortress was not the same as the castle. The structure inside was extremely compact. It could provide more intensive crossfire support. The unit area could accommodate more soldiers and provide stronger defense capabilities. Except for a normal road used for traffic, there were no civilian facilities or civilians in the fortress. It was more like a giant checkpoint. This was completely different from the layout of ancient cities in China that included residents. The only way was from the belly of the mountain. On both sides were heavily guarded cliffs and all kinds of military facilities. There were fully armed soldiers and magic weapons on top of them. If any passers-by acted strangely, they would be activated immediately. This long passage was actually a powerful armed cordon. No one knew how many forces were ambushed. Chen-Rui nodded secretly. It is indeed one of the most powerful fortresses in the entire demon realm. The spirit and equipment of the soldiers are better than the average army. They are not inferior to the elite legions of the Bloody Empire. The entire fortress shows an indestructible and powerful momentum. No wonder my father-in-law can always occupy the position of the first general. Whether it is defense or commanding troops, he has his own uniqueness. In the central fortress command center of the Warlock Fortress, General George was carefully watching the magic military map. This map was three-dimensional. It was somewhat similar to a sand table. It had more comprehensive functions than the general's sand table. It could even simulate attack and defense. General George frowned tightly, showing a worried expression. He had been frowning for several days. "A guard came to report, General. There is a businessman, Simon, who claims to be from the Dark Moon. He brought a letter from Ms. Athena to give to you." When General George heard his beloved daughter's name, he suddenly became a little more energetic. "Where's the letter?" The guard immediately handed over a letter. Edu knew that for the letter to be directly handed over to him, it must have gone through an effective inspection to make sure that there were no traps or poisons in it before it was presented to him. When he opened it, there was only one sentence in it, requesting to see Sir General. A person who once gave Sir General 5 bottles of potions and 1 fruit in the Dark Moon is here. The text of this sentence was even shorter than the signature, but George's eyes lit up. He said, "Bring this person here immediately." Soon, Chen-Rui appeared in the command center of the central fortress. George looked at him a few times and ordered the guard to retreat. When the guard left, Chinrue's face changed rapidly and returned to the human face that George was familiar with. Transformation. A look of surprise flashed in George's eyes. Why didn't I feel any magic fluctuation just now? Chinrue smiled slightly. It can be said that it is a talent similar to transformation. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Sir General. It's not too long according to the time. George said with emotion, according to the events that happened, it feels like things have changed with the passage of time. I thought I had paid enough attention to you at the beginning, but I didn't expect that your ability was still above my expectations. Since George left the Dark Moon last time, there had been too many changes. The most prominent was the rise of the Dark Moon. From a declining estate controlled by the capital, it became the largest estate with a leap in military and economic power. On the contrary, the capital, Regent Obsidian, had been questioned by the estates and many families in the capital because of the fundraising money problem. He was currently in a terrible situation. The Dark Moon's momentum and prestige had become more and more prosperous, and it had established a cooperative relationship with the Shadow Empire. It had faintly overshadowed the capital. The outside world might have guessed that it was due to the human financial officer, but George knew that all this was simply the result of his son-in-law as planning. Chinrue said a few modest words, and George asked again, I heard that at the last auction, 2 demon overlord-level assassins wanted to assassinate the Bloody Vine Flower Estate, Lord of the Shadow Empire, but they were captured and killed in an instant. What I want to know now is, has the dragon's friend, Paglio, recovered his strength? Yes, Chinrue nodded and smiled. Paglio is also very impressed by Sir General. I should be able to tell Paglio a good news when I go back this time. That is, his friend in the Warlock Fortress has successfully broken through to the demon overlord level. George didn't expect that his level of strength would be seen through by this human at a glance. His gaze at Chinrue was a little more strange. Is this talent or strength? I said that I will take care of Athena for a lifetime and not let her be hurt in any way. For this, I have to prove something to her most beloved father and even expose some secrets. General George was his father-in-law and also Jia's strongest supporter. This time, Chinrue came not only to visit George, but also to give him some important resources. Some things would be revealed sooner or later. Very good. I felt that you have the ability to take care of Athena at the beginning. George didn't ask much, but he nodded with relief. However, the daughter of my Wales family is not a vase. Athena is a very independent girl, and she is quite talented in military affairs. She should be a good helper for you. Of course. She is now the Legion leader of the Flame Legion. At the same time, she is also one of the most valued talents of Princess Royal Highness. When it came to Athena, Chinrue's words revealed undisguised love. She is also the best wife. Of course, Athena is my daughter. Speaking of his daughter, George couldn't help but change from an energetic general to a proud father. However, the title of wife can only be used after your official wedding. Remember what I said to you before I left last time. No matter how many women you marry, Athena must be the most beloved. Otherwise I will. Of course. Chinrue didn't wait for his father-in-law to say the threat of castration, and he quickly responded. Speaking of which, his father-in-law is indeed very open-minded, but it seems that there are more than 10 mothers-in-law. George looked serious. Well, I have encountered a headache now. It just so happens that you, the famous and capable minister of the demon realm, can help me think of a solution. General, please say it. George sighed. Some time ago, the major estates and families of the empire jointly asked the regent for fundraising funds. Obsidian had no choice but to use the method of repayment by installments to temporarily stabilize the major estates and families. However, the expenditure of all parties has been sharply reduced, including military salaries and military supplies. Now the magic circles and defense facilities of the Warlock Fortress urgently need to be updated and repaired. A large number of the weapons and armors of the soldiers also need to be replaced. A lot of funds are urgently needed. However, the capital has even deducted nearly half of the military salaries and rations. If this continues, not only the morale of the army will be shaken, but once the bloody empire launches an official attack, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defend. Qinrui had been in the bloody empire all the time, so he didn't know that such a large-scale demand for salaries incident had happened in the fallen angel capital. Obsidian's delay was also reasonable. It would be more difficult to continue in the end. Everything went smoothly as planned. As for General George's problem, Qinrui showed a confident smile. He lacked everything, but money was the last thing he lacked. Chapter 459. A large empty warehouse was filled in the blink of an eye. It was filled with bags of black crystal coins. Even though General George had always been calm, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw the scene. Then his expression was replaced with ecstasy. Although he didn't know what space magic or means Qinrui used to take out so many black crystal coins, and he didn't know how his son-in-law had such a huge sum of money. What was certain was that with this fund, the biggest problem at present could be solved satisfactorily. George's surprise was yet to come. In addition to funds, Qinrui also provided a complete set of defense magic circle drawings. It was said that it could increase the defense of the entire fortress by 3 times, and there were various traps. At the same time, he also promised George that after returning to the Dark Moon this time, he would send someone to secretly transport a large number of sophisticated weapons, armor, and the most advanced magic ordnance to greatly enhance the overall combat power of the Warlock Fortress Red Dragon Legion. This also had another purpose. In case the capital had any moves or changes, he could also launch corresponding military operations to respond to the Dark Moon. Qinrui's gifts were not only for the entire legion, but also for his father-in-law. There was no resurrection potion among the 5 bottles of potions last time. This time, Qinrui deliberately exchanged 2 bottles and gave them to George just in case. There was also a set of legendary-grade equipment. George was naturally very satisfied. Compared with these materials, he was more satisfied with Qinrui's ability. With such a man taking care of Athena, he could really rest assured. At this moment, a person broke into the command center directly without reporting. Qinrui didn't even have time to cast camouflage, but George stopped him from hiding because only one person could rampage like this here. It was a beautiful woman with short red hair, wearing a reddish-brown leather armor. Her hairstyle and attire were actually very similar to Athena, but she had a bit more mature charm. George! In this kind of barracks, the woman's address was actually quite casual. Race, dragons, red dragon, comprehensive strength assessment, A+. Strength, A+, physique, A+, spirit, A- speed, A analysis, fire attribute. Qinrui recalled that Athena had once mentioned that there was an aunt who had the closest relationship with her. His heart skipped a beat, and a look of realization appeared on his face. General George smiled slightly. "Come, Gloria, meet our guests." "Guest?" Gloria sized up Qinrui and didn't hide the disdain in her eyes. "This weak guy?" "Gloria, Dragons, Red Dragon Army's deputy commander, my 13th wife, and Athena's favorite aunt." George introduced both parties. Qinrui, our daughter's most beloved man, the financial officer of the Dark Moon estate, the famous capable minister of the demon realm. At least on the surface. "You're that human?" Gloria looked surprised. She sized up Qinrui and suddenly snorted coldly. "Weak guy, I really don't understand why our little princess would like a man like you. If you're not careful one day, an intimate hug can break this guy's tendons and bones, let alone in bed." Humph. The tough meaning of these words made Qinrui sweat a little. But George smiled without saying anything. He didn't mean to help his son-in-law's classmate out of trouble. "It seems that I have to pass the test of the prospective mother-in-law by myself. Beautiful Madame Gloria, Athena once said that you are her favorite and most respected woman, and she is still imitating you in many ways. So please accept a small gift from me." Qinrui's eyes turned, and there was a fist-sized fiery red gem in his hand. The flawless edges refracted a magnificent light. Is this the legendary Red Emperor's eye? Gloria was obviously a dragon who knew her stuff. Her red eyes suddenly emitted a blazing light. She took the gem and praised it. She played with it for a while and suddenly made up her mind. She reluctantly handed the gem to General George. With this, the soldiers' pay shouldn't be a problem, right? This action made Chinrue feel awe. As a dragon's, this madam did make an unimaginably difficult decision. George smiled and shook his head. The weak guy in your words has successfully solved our biggest problem. This is his personal gift to you. You can rest assured to accept it. The biggest problem has been successfully solved. Gloria looked surprised. She quickly clenched the Red Emperor's eye tightly, and her tone also changed. It seems that our little princess still has a good eye. At least she has some ability, and she's not a stingy guy. Sure enough, dragons are still dragons. The standard for judging likes and dislikes is a little skewed. Chinrue was secretly amused. George asked, "By the way, is there any special situation for you to rush here in such a hurry?" Speaking of this, Gloria immediately put away the ruby and said solemnly, "Francis is probably in a situation. I still can't contact him until now." George frowned. Although he didn't bring many people this time, they are all elites. Could it be that the other party? According to the latest intelligence, the Bloody Empire's Raging Flame Legion seems to have a new commander. The previous few tricks are all designed by this person. Francis's plan this time will probably backfire. It turned out that the border friction between the Bloody Empire and the fallen Angel Empire had never stopped. The most common problem was the border problem. The boundary stone representing the border had been moved back and forth by both sides many times. It could be said to be a real fight for every inch of land. Therefore, small-scale battles often broke out between the two countries, but the two countries were friendly neighbors. This kind of battle was nominally carried out in the identity of bandits. Of course, this kind of bandits had a tacit understanding that they would never rob merchant caravans or civilians. They would only fight to the death with each other. The defeated party would not publicly criticize in the name of the empire. It was equivalent to an unspoken rule. Recently, the Raging Flame Legion on the opposite side had made a lot of movements, and the battles were more frequent. Deputy General Francis personally led a team to set up an ambush to ambush the opponent. However, after setting off in the morning, there was still no news so far. They were probably in danger. I think I know who the new commander is. Chinrue thought of the Bloody Empire personnel deployment information provided by the Dark Demon not long ago, and he interjected, "Bubawa." George did not question the accuracy of this information. He frowned even tighter. The Deputy General of the former Bloodwave Legion's Legion leader, Gordon? Although I haven't fought with this person, I heard that he is a difficult opponent. In this case, I must support Francis immediately. Francis was one of George's most powerful assistants. He had the strength of the early stage of the Demon Emperor, and he had great prestige in the army. If he encountered an accident, it would be an immeasurable loss for the Red Dragon Legion and the Warlock Fortress. Francis' ambush location is in the Weiju Valley. I will go to save him now. Gloria said without hesitation. She explained the deployment and information obtained by the scouts in detail. George thought for a moment and shook his head. You haven't recovered from your previous injury. This time, it is probably Bubawa's trick. If you go rashly, there may be greater danger. I decided to go in person. The enemy doesn't know that I have reached the demon overlord level, and it can also have an unexpected effect. No, Gloria immediately objected. You are the supreme commander of the Legion. How can you take the risk personally? If there is danger or an accident, the Legion can't afford this kind of loss at all. It's better for me to go. According to my flying speed, I should be able to get there as soon as possible. While they were arguing, a voice said, I'll go. The one who spoke was Chinrue, who was observing the magic sand table. George and Gloria were taken aback. Gloria said angrily, "Don't make trouble. This is the border. There are battlefields everywhere. It's not a comfortable amusement park like the Dark Moon. The Dark Moon is not an amusement park." Chinrue said lightly, "General, I have proposal. Our strategy needs to be redeployed." As Gloria was about to speak, the disdain on her face suddenly turned into surprise. She saw that Chinrue's face was changing rapidly. It had become a strange face in an instant, and the breath on his body also began to change. Even Gloria felt a threat that couldn't be ignored. "Madam Gloria, please accept these potions. Although they can't fully heal your injuries, they can play a role that ordinary potions can't. At the same time, this operation also needs to rely on your strength. At least, Madam is the main force of the attack on the surface. You can attract most of the enemy's attention." Chinrue had heard the information relayed by Gloria just now, and he had found the location and coordinates on the magic sand table. Before he finished speaking, George's eyes lit up. "A diversion?" "Yes." Chinrue secretly praised his father-in-law's quick brain response. "I think I still need something that can prove who is the enemy." George pulled out the sword at his waist. "This lion-tooth sword is for you. You can use it to order Francis and his people if they are still alive." Chinrue took the lion-tooth sword and put it into the storage space. "Without further ado, I will set off now." George nodded and suddenly asked, "Were Josh and Russ defeated by you?" Chinrue smiled slightly and did not answer. He turned and left the command center. George watched Chinrue's departing figure. "How is Athena's taste?" Gloria nodded appreciatively, and she suddenly showed a hint of wisdom. "Much better than me." Father-in-law choked for a moment, which was rare. After leaving the Warlock Fortress, Chinrue headed toward Weiju Valley. The border friction between the Bloody Evil Army and the Fallen Angel Army generally occurred in remote areas far from the main road. Weiju Valley was a remote valley with a dangerous terrain. Somewhere hidden, General Pamir. The people of the Red Dragon Legion have been severely injured by the magic submerged mine. They are now trapped in the cave, and there is also Francis. Why didn't you concentrate on destroying these guys just now? Now, the entire flying squadron has been urgently transferred away. Once these guys go all out, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill them all. The Mammon royal family general on the side scolded, "Rochester, you hot-headed guy, what's the hurry? Francis is just a small fish. Our goal this time is a big fish, at least the Deputy Legion Commander of the Red Dragon Legion. Can you see the magic circle in front? It was designed by General Bubois with a lot of materials and effort. General Bubois had long predicted that the enemy would play tricks in this area. After the submerged mine exploded, the magic circle had been automatically activated, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. That magic circle can only be activated once. If it is used to deal with Francis now, what if the big fish comes later? Now we just have to besiege Francis. Taking a step back, if the big fish doesn't come, isn't there still Francis? When the magic circle is triggered, even if he doesn't die, can't we deal with a group of seriously injured trash?" Rochester chuckled. "So that's how it is. General Bubois is really cunning. The plan is really thorough." At this time, an irregular and dense sound came faintly from a distance, and a soldier exclaimed, "General Pamir! Look, what's that?" "It's demonic beasts." Pamir had a bad feeling in his heart. He saw a group of demonic beasts rushing towards this side in a panic. Many of them even consciously crashed into several key triggering points of the magic circle. Pamir saw it clearly and was shocked. "Damn it! Stop those demonic beasts. Shoot them with bows and arrows." However, it was too late. The powerful magic circle was triggered to its full power. For a time, electric sparks danced, flames burst, and the earth shook. The power of the magic circle was not trivial. The outbreak lasted for nearly 10 minutes. The surrounding bloody Empire soldiers all crouched down and hid in the bunker to avoid being affected. No one saw a figure flying at high speed with a light blue light shield rising and falling in an instant and appearing in the cave behind the magic circle. After a long time, after the smoke and dust dissipated, the ground was full of the corpses of the demonic beasts. A few survivors had escaped without a trace. Pamir was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that his meticulous plan would be destroyed by a group of demonic beasts suddenly. Without this magic circle, the flying squadron was urgently transferred just now. Even if the enemy's big fish came, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, there was a commotion among the soldiers. It turned out that there was suddenly a group of enemies nearby. All of them were covered in dust. The leader was his old opponent, Francis. What made Pamir pay attention to was that there was a strange face with a different outfit, and there was no dust on his body. He was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. It was not the first time Pamir and Francis fought. Now that the magic circle was broken and their own forces were transferred away, the big fish who came was likely to be reinforcements. Therefore, the two sides did not talk nonsense and started fighting directly. Although Pamir's side did not have the strongest flying squadron, Pamir himself was an early stage of the Demon Emperor powerhouse. Moreover, the number and state of the bloody evil army's side far exceeded Francis's side, which was severely injured by the magic mine and greatly reduced in combat power. Pamir was confident that he could defeat all the opponents. At this moment, a faint red light appeared under the feet of all the fallen Angel Empire soldiers. Their speed and attack power suddenly increased, especially their speed, which was improved by several levels. This was the powerful effect of the hot blood halo, of the mystic jade armor, and the fruit of bestowment plus stripper. The situation changed drastically for a while. The soldiers of the Red Dragon Legion actually fought against the many enemies and firmly suppressed the enemies of the Furious Flame Legion. Under the leadership of Francis, they killed the enemies continuously, and the losses of the Furious Flame Legion increased rapidly. Pamir wanted to deal with Francis personally, but Francis didn't intend to fight him one-on-one at all. Instead, Francis directly rushed to the Furious Flame Legion soldiers with weak power level as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. Pamir was shocked and angry. As he was about to intercept Francis, a voice sounded, "Your opponent is me, General Pamir." Chapter 460. Pamir looked at this strange guy in a cloak with the breath of the early stage of the Demon Emperor. He knew that it must be this person who caused the failure. Even the red light enhancement magic that he had never seen before also originated from this enemy. He immediately shouted angrily, and a black breath appeared on his fist. It was the royal family talent of the Light of Sin. Pamir's strength was also the early stage of the Demon Emperor. He secretly thought that the two sides were equal in strength. As long as he used the advantage of the royal family talent to defeat this person, the enhancement magic of the Red Dragon Legion would definitely disappear. It was not difficult to deal with Francis and others. Since General Buboe's magic circle had failed, the fishing plan had failed. At the very least, I have to defeat Francis and others. The Light of Sin had various negative weakening effects. However, to Pamir's horror, before he had time to weaken the opponent's power, the stars that suddenly appeared around him had weakened his power by nearly half. Then a figure had rushed in front of him like lightning. It was the strange enemy whom he thought was equal in strength. Bang! Before Pamir could react, Chinrue's fist had hit his abdomen fiercely. A vortex-shaped distortion appeared on the tough leather armor. The corresponding part of his back was spurted by some kind of airflow, as if his abdomen was penetrated by this punch. Pamir felt as if his internal organs were turned over. Even though he was strong-willed, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. His whole body staggered back, and the opponent had appeared behind him like a ghost. Then bang, bang, bang. The sound of hitting was endless. The surrounding soldiers could hardly see the movements clearly. After the dense sound, Pamir's body was thrown into the air by a strong force, followed by a strange sonic boom. The figure had caught up with Pamir's out-of-control body at an unimaginable speed. He clenched his fists at a commanding height and smashed Pamir's charging body fiercely. With these two combined forces, Pamir fell to the ground like a meteor. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Pamir's body was embedded in the soil. Various parts of the leather armor had been distorted out of shape. His whole body was limp, and he could no longer get up. For a time, not only the soldiers of the furious Flame Legion of the Bloody Empire, even Francis and others of the Red Dragon Legion were dumbfounded. The Demon Emperor powerhouse, Pamir of the Mammon royal family bloodline, and a battle-hardened general were completely defeated in this moment. Did Pamir become weaker? Francis and Pamir were old rivals who were evenly matched. He was well aware of Pamir's strength. It was not that Pamir was weak, but that Pamir was too strong. If Francis were to fight with Pamir, it would take a long time to determine the outcome. Now this strange comrade, who was also an early stage of the Demon Emperor, in the awe-inspiring eyes of the surrounding people, Chenrue's body slowly descended. After the epiphany of the law on the 4th floor of the book collection hall, he had digested a little bit of the huge power given by Satan. Not only had he made a new breakthrough in his domain, but his combat power in his normal state had also been greatly enhanced. Coupled with the buffs of the Star Territory and Mystic Jade armor, he was indeed bullying Pamir. With the defeat of Pamir, the morale of the rest of the soldiers plummeted, but most of them still chose to fight to the death. Only a small group of people escaped, and the Red Dragon Legion cheered in unison. Chenrue asked, "General Francis, are your injuries okay?" Francis originally had some doubts about this strange comrade holding the lion-tooth sword, but at this time it was all replaced by admiration. He looked ashamed. "I'm fine. It's just that this ambush backfired, and I lost many brothers. I really have no face to go back to see General George. What I want to ask is, do you still have the strength to continue fighting?" There was a strange light in Francis' eyes. "You mean," Chenrue smiled slightly, "I suddenly have a temporary plan. Isn't your purpose today to ambush the opponent's leader? Now that Madame Gloria on the other side should have attracted the opponent's main force, do you dare to change the ambush plan to a raid? By the way, attack them when they are unprepared. These defeated soldiers will definitely flee to their temporary contact point, and the enemy will never expect us, the defeated soldiers, to have this kind of courage." Francis was obviously also a talented general who was proficient in military strategy. He immediately understood the intention. Looking at the eager soldiers around him, he gave a military salute to Chenrue. "I'm willing to follow in your footsteps, holder of the lion-tooth sword. Before the action, I want to know how to address the leader who led us to complete this raid." "General, you don't have to be so polite. I'm just a nameless military supplies officer." Chenrue, the military supplies officer, was actually worthy of his name. The money he took out to supply military supplies was actually the money he got from Obsidian. Francis knew that Chenrue was unwilling to reveal his name, but this powerhouse who could hold the lion-tooth sword was definitely General George's most trusted person. He immediately stopped asking and took out the magic shackles to imprison Pamir. He quickly counted more than 100 soldiers who were in the best physical condition, and the rest escorted Pamir back to the Warlock Fortress first. The soldiers brought by Francis this time were all the elites of the Red Dragon Legion. After taking the recovery potion, the remaining soldiers recovered a lot. Under the leadership of Chenrue and Francis, they secretly followed the defeated soldiers of the Wrath Flame Legion. The soldiers of the Wrath Flame Legion fled all the way and left the Weiju Valley. After about 2 hours, they came to the Sabak Lake area. There was a hillside with hundreds of big tents on the hillside. It seemed to be the temporary stronghold of the bandits. The Warlock Fortress was facing the Iron Fist estate of the Bloody Empire. There was no independent fortress to confront it, which meant that the Bloody Empire had no fixed defense point. Although the supply was relatively weak, the mobility was quite strong. Besides, it was not an official large-scale war now. The elites of the Wrath Flame Legion of the Bloody Empire, under the leadership of Bubua, changed places after shooting. It was quite a guerrilla warfare style, which gave George's Red Dragon Legion a headache. Therefore, Francis deliberately set up an ambush and wanted to lure and kill the elites of the opponent. As a result, he was seen through and almost lost all his capital. This should be the enemy's base camp, but we didn't bring enough manpower. Francis looked over there in the distance and roughly estimated the strength of both sides. Chinrue thought for a moment. I will go in first to attract the enemy's attention. You guys act according to the situation. Francis frowned and said, Although you are strong, the enemy's situation is unknown now. I'm afraid it will be dangerous to rush in rashly. According to the information I got, the Legion commander of the Wrath Flame Legion, Gustav, is currently in the Bloody Empire. He did not come to the front line in person, so... Chinrue did not continue, but just smiled confidently. So, Francis added inexplicably, so it's decided. Chinrue stood up. But before that, I have to prepare first. In the base camp on the hillside of Lake Sabak, the deputy legion commander of the Wrath Flame Legion, Bubua, was listening carefully to the report of the defeated army. That person controlled the demonic beast to break my magic circle? He saved Francis and captured General Pamir? Gloria is now marching in the east with great fanfare. Are you sure that person is not George himself? The other enemies who have the strength to come to the rescue should not be able to get away. Meshek, the staff officer who followed the army on the side, frowned and said, To be able to capture Pamir, when did the Red Dragon Legion have such a troublesome enemy? Bubua's expression also looked very dignified. It seems that we still missed a strong opponent. In this way, Gloria's rescue is just a bluff. No wonder she is all bark and no bite. She has not entered our ambush circle yet. This is my mistake. I shouldn't have transferred the flight squadron away. I think we have only one way now, which is to lure Gloria with all our strength. This woman is a bit impatient. If we make good use of this, it may be the only way to return to our disadvantage. However, since she is bluffing, she will definitely not advance rashly. When necessary, Meshek nodded, I understand. I will personally act as the bait. At this moment, Bubua and Meshek's faces changed at the same time. Both of them were Demon Emperor level, and they had already sensed an extremely violent power breath nearby. A few seconds later, the exclamations of the soldiers outside the barracks began to sound. Bubua and Meshek hurriedly rushed out and saw a man floating in the air. It was a man wrapped in a cloak, but it could not conceal the terrible and fierce aura. The crossbow arrows shot by the soldiers below had already turned into ashes in the air before they could touch the man. The defeated Pamir soldier exclaimed, General, it's him! Bubua's pupils shrank. I didn't expect the opponent to be so bold. After saving Francis and capturing Pamir, he actually launched a counterattack without stopping. The man in the air slowly landed, and a cold voice came, Bubua, die! How dare you! Meshek saw that the other party was still so arrogant when he broke into his own camp alone. He raised his hand, and a large number of meteors with flames suddenly appeared in the sky, smashing down one after another. As the ground shook, there were already dozens of huge pits with flames in the center. The man seemed to have been smashed into smithereens by the meteor shower. Be careful! Bubua's voice suddenly sounded. Meshek reacted extremely quickly. With a bounce of his feet, he had already flown toward the place where Bubua's voice came from. At the same time, he raised his hand and released another large-scale magic, Hellflame. There was no need to recite the spell at all. The Samel royal family's mutated fire proficiency talent was exerted to the extreme. The confidence on Meshek's face quickly turned into horror. He saw that in the sea of fire the figure strolled over, as if he was strolling in a courtyard, and there seemed to be a strange force field around him that distorted his vision. The terrifying high temperature and flame power of Hellflame were assimilated and absorbed by this force field, becoming another kind of restless aura. Meshek only felt that the opponent was approaching step by step, and he seemed to have lost the courage to resist or even escape, as if he was in some kind of nightmare that he couldn't escape from. When he was struggling desperately, he heard Bubawa's rebuke, and at the same time the flames were blazing and the figures were intertwining and flashing. Meshek only felt that the power of the nightmare had been weakened a lot. He struggled desperately with his mental strength, and finally broke free from that terrible feeling. Only then did he realize that Bubawa had already cast the power of the domain to fight with the enemy. Bubawa's flame domain seemed to be firmly suppressed by the opponent's strange domain. If it weren't for Meshek casting fire magic at the side, he would have been defeated. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still suppressed, and they were in danger several times. While Meshek was anxious, he suddenly heard a commotion among the soldiers. It turned out that the military tents were all on fire, and there were sounds of fighting in the thick smoke. He didn't know how many ambushes there were. With this distraction, Meshek felt a sharp aura approaching his body. Fortunately, he was pulled by Bubawa, and his body tilted in time. He felt that his left arm was lighter, and it was actually broken at the elbow. Suddenly, blood burst out as if it was scratched by an extremely sharp blade. Meshek screamed. Bubawa made a prompt decision. He endured a heavy punch and pulled Meshek to fly out. At the same time, there was a scroll in his hand. Bubawa spat a mouthful of blood on the scroll, and the blue light suddenly shone. In the blink of an eye, he and Meshek disappeared at the same time. Scrolls were widely used in the human world, but the demon realm was very rare due to the limited materials. Moreover, the magic power and success rate of the scroll seal would be reduced, especially this kind of teleportation magic. If it weren't for the lack of surrounding magic interference in the wilderness, it was likely that there would be a chance of failure like Chen Rui's dark will. Although the Bloody Empire soldiers fought valiantly, they fell into chaos after losing their leader. They were killed by Francis's team, and they finally began to retreat. "General Francis, it's almost time. Let's go back." This voice made Francis stop chasing immediately. At this time, Francis and the soldiers looked at Chen Rui not only with respect, but more with awe. This sir, holding General George's lion-tooth sword, can be said to be both wise and brave. He actually miraculously led these defeated soldiers to successfully make a big reversal and defeat the enemy. Especially Francis, he had clearly felt Bubawa's strength level just now. He should be a powerhouse of the peak stage of the Demon Emperor. Meshek was also the intermediate stage of the Demon Emperor. This comrade who claimed to be the quartermaster actually left Meshek's arm even when fighting against two enemies. If it weren't for Bubawa, who cast a secret technique to escape early, perhaps both of them would be left behind. In fact, Chinrue still had some reservations. He did not really have an underground killer. After all, the fallen Angel Empire and the Bloody Empire were friendly allies on the surface. This kind of friction was more like a small-scale game or even a training. If it was only the casualties of individual deputy generals or small leaders, it was fine. Whoever had the bigger fist was the reasonable one. Both sides would tacitly swallow their anger. However, this tacit understanding also had a limit. For example, Bubawa's current identity as the Deputy Legion leader of the Raging Flame Legion had exceeded the limit. Once the situation expanded, it was likely to trigger a larger military action or even a war. At present, the comprehensive combat power and national power of the fallen Angel Empire were not the opponents of the Bloody Empire. They belonged to the weaker side, so they must be patient. They could not let the friction evolve into a real war. General George had also specifically reminded him about this before he came. However, this battle had effectively dealt a blow to the arrogance of the Bloody Empire. He believed that for a long time, Bubua would pay close attention to this mysterious enemy who made him suffer a big loss, and he would not act rashly again. This time, Chinrue's harvest was more than that. When fighting with the two demon emperor-level enemies, he not only used the scorching dragon possession, but also a new territory that he realized through the basic law, Summer Territory. Chapter 461. Summer Territory was the third territory that Chinrue realized. This kind of territory was not equivalent to the galaxy territory skill of the super system, but the real territory that Chinrue realized from the basic law by relying on his own understanding. In other words, even without the skills of the super system, he could still use these three territories. Autumn Territory, the territory power that was realized from the dark energy left by Shura. It could weaken, age the enemy, and attach various negative statuses. Spring Territory, the territory power that was realized using the power of nirvana and the characteristics of the astral form. It could heal the injuries of oneself and allies and accelerate recovery. Summer Territory, the territory power that was realized using the scorching dragon's breath and the star conversion skill. It could absorb the enemy's power for his own use, and it could produce various attacks and strange powers that affected the soul. Summer Territory was Chinrue's biggest gain this time. Although it was still in its initial form, he experimented it in the state of scorching dragon possession and trapped two powerful demon emperor powerhouses. The effect was quite satisfactory. With a further deepening of the understanding of the basic law, this territory would also be further improved and stronger. Soon, Chinrue returned to the Warlock Fortress with Francis and the soldiers, rescuing Francis, capturing Pamir, ambushing the enemy's base camp, defeating Bubua, and cutting off Meshek's arm. These achievements surprised General George and Gloria. Previously, they just wanted Chinrue to rescue Francis, but they didn't expect that he could actually do it to this extent. Beautifully done. It seems that our Athena didn't misjudge. Gloria patted Chinrue's shoulder carelessly. Whoever dares to disagree with the matter between you and Athena, I will beat him up. If George doesn't agree, then don't even think about getting on my bed. The last sentence almost made Chinrue choke to death. His father-in-law also looked embarrassed and scolded. Stop fooling around, Gloria. Chinrue's identity is a secret. He didn't hide it because he treats us as his own. This matter must be kept secret no matter what. Gloria was not an ignorant person. She didn't treat Chinrue as an outsider just now, so she spoke so casually. She immediately nodded to show that she understood. You've really impressed me, Chinrue. George did not hide his admiration at all. Francis is not someone who is easily convinced. I can see that he has completely admired you. If you can stay in the army and train further, you will definitely become a dazzling general. In the future, you might want to consider it. General has flattered me. Chinrue smiled bitterly. Actually, I was just lucky. Thanks to Madame Gloria's restraint. As for the future, let's talk about it in the future. I must rush back to the Dark Moon now. Send my regards to Princess Royal Highness. Take good care of Athena. With you here, I can rest assured. If the father-in-law's visit to the Dark Moon last time was to recognize Chinrue as his daughter's boyfriend, then this sentence now was equivalent to formally entrusting Athena to Chinrue. General, please rest assured. I have vowed to make Athena safe and happy all her life. I will definitely do it. General George nodded with a gratified look on his face. Chinrue did not stay at the Warlock Fortress. He went straight across the fortress and continued south toward the Dark Moon. Before leaving, he gave Gloria a set of black potions. Madame Red Dragon was happy and excited. She said that if she had a daughter in the future, she would also marry her brother-in-law, which made the father-in-law speechless again. Twin sisters? It sounded wonderful, but this Mrs. Empty Check was too far away. Chinrue passed through the White Feather Estate, then crossed the capital and the Blue Lava Estate, and finally arrived at the Dark Moon Estate. His trip back and forth had circled the 3 empires of the demon realm. It took nearly 3 months. When he returned to the Dark Moon now, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was like the feeling of home. Suddenly, he was eager to see his lover, friends, and many people. Now, Town Daiko, Town Leith, and Town Jamo at the back of the Dark Moon had become bustling towns driven by the rapid economic growth of the Dark Moon City. The population had also greatly increased. As Chen Rui passed through these towns, the past scenes appeared in his mind. Jia's last order, the assassination of Josh, and the decisive battle in the wilderness seemed to be yesterday in a trance. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the Dark Moon City. The strange thing was that as soon as he entered the city, Chenrue immediately felt that he was being watched. To be precise, it was the businessman Simon who was being watched. The stalker was quite skilled. He changed several people and positions in a row, but these couldn't be hidden from Chenrue's eyes and ears. This level of surveillance wasn't something that could be done by ordinary gangsters with no eyes. Chenrue was still unclear about the current situation of the Dark Moon, and he didn't know what reason Jia gave him, the financial officer, to cover up the evaporation of more than 2 months. So he didn't dare to show his true face rashly. Just as he passed by a street, the chatter of 2 demons caught Chin Rui's attention. "Hey, have you heard? There are rumors recently that Aguile of the Cloak Gang is a remnant of the Beelzebub royal family. He was once publicly wanted by Princess Royal." "Impossible! Aguile is the biggest contributor to defeating the Red Spirit Army in the Leith Wilderness. I don't know. If it's true, then isn't the Cloak Gang a force of the Beelzebub royal family? There are rumors that the Cloak Gang has been controlled by Princess Royal now, and many members have quit." This conversation fell into Chenrue's ears, and he couldn't help but frown. The Beelzebub identity of Aguile was only officially revealed in front of Joseph, but there was actually such a rumor in the Dark Moon City. There should only be one possibility. When Chenrue was in Town Lupin of the Blue Lava Estate, he was almost killed by Bridget. He had to use the life-saving skill of the God-Eating Mask, Demonic Fly's transformation, to escape. Bridget mistook it as the secret skill of the Beelzebub royal family. It could only be the news that was leaked at this juncture. Then, this rumor must have come from Bloodfall. The Beelzebub royal family is the old enemy of the fallen angel empire. Bloodfall's purpose must be to cause chaos within the Dark Moon, then stimulate the conflict between the Dark Moon and the fallen angel empire, so as to reap the benefits. As he was thinking, the sense of crisis became stronger. Chenrue suddenly found that there was no one around. Not long ago, there were still crowds of people. At this time, a woman's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This woman was veiled, and her figure was somewhat familiar. Race, Sloth royal family mutated, comprehensive strength assessment, a dash. Analysis, wind attribute. There was only one person in the entire Dark Moon who met this condition, Lomont's aunt Isabella. However, Mizini was now exuding a faint, murderous aura. "You have 2 choices. First, follow me obediently. Second, I'll take you with me. Maybe I'll take your corpse with me." A cold voice sounded. Although a magic mixer was deliberately used, Chenrue still recognized that it was Ms. Innie. "Miss, are you sure you've got the wrong person? My name is Simon. I'm a businessman. I just came to the Dark Moon from another place." Chenrue understood a little. Ms. Innie really recognized the wrong person this time. It should be an enemy that the dark demon wants to capture. His changed attire and appearance should be very close to the target. It is a complete misunderstanding. Speaking of which, isn't the dark demon's intelligence ability too lousy? They even got the wrong target? At this time, a voice sounded again behind him. "Don't talk nonsense with him. Just capture him and bring him back." Chenrue didn't need to look at the prompt in the analytical eyes to guess who the familiar voice behind him was. Isabella's best sister, Crobolus. Crobolus was a little impatient. She didn't give Chenrue a chance to explain it all. In a flash, she had appeared behind Chenrue. She reached out and grabbed his shoulder. As she was about to exert force, she heard the enemy's low voice in her ear. "Betty, don't do it. It's me." In order to prevent any accidents, many things had been hidden from Isabella, including some strange powers of Chunrui, especially the identity of Charles. Even Crobolus didn't know. Chunrui didn't want to expose more things in front of Isabella, so as to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and troubles. Crobolus was taken aback. Only the closest friends know the name Betty. How does the enemy know it too? Also, that voice seems a bit familiar. When Isabella saw Crobolus suddenly stopped, she thought she was plotted against. She shouted and activated the flash characteristic. She instantly rushed to Chunrui with a dim dagger in her hand. It was the legendary grade weapon, Searing Shadow, that Chunrui gave her under the alias of Charles that day. Being attacked by the weapon he gave himself, Chunrui really felt like he was shot in the knee. He immediately used teleportation to dodge. It was inconvenient to explain in front of Isabella now. It was better to escape here, quickly, and change his identity to resolve the misunderstanding. "Betty, are you okay?" Isabella saw that Crobolus was in a daze at this critical moment, so she asked with concern. "I'm fine," Crobolus nodded and pointed at Chunrui. That person, Chunrui knew that if he revealed his identity to Crobolus, Crobolus would definitely not make a move, and Isabella would also be suspicious. The best way now was to leave here as soon as possible. Just as he wanted to slip away, there was another feeling in his mind. Spiritual link. The linked object was approaching quickly, and it appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. "Little Betty, why haven't you finished it yet? Didn't you say that you will let me taste the new emerald jade wine today?" The loud voice made Chunrui feel intimate. Who else could it be besides Paglio? Great, now I see two of them before I go back. "Is this kind of trash worth your time?" Paglio raised his hand, and an oppressive force pressed toward Chunrui. "Wait a minute. I'm Chen." Chunrui hurriedly condensed his power and shouted, but the poison dragon was unmoved at all. Instead, he increased his power to attack. Paglio's seal was now completely unlocked, and his strength had returned to the peak stage of the demon overlord. Chunrui could not contend with him. Even if he wanted to escape, it would be a problem, so he had to teleport away again. Before he could stand still, he had been firmly locked by a terrifying breath. He couldn't escape for a while. The surrounding air produced a strange distortion and tearing feeling. It seemed that this guy was eager to go back to drink. He was serious. If he was really caught, he would probably suffer a big loss. Chunrui couldn't avoid it. It was too late for him to condense his power and whisper, voice transmission. He shouted, "Didn't I say wait a minute? Dead duck dragon." The distortion and tearing force in the air stopped instantly. Paglio's 5 fingers stopped 10 centimeters in front of Chunrui's face. His eyes suddenly changed. You big head ghost!" Chunrui glanced at Isabella, whose eyes were full of suspicion. He pushed the poison dragon's claws away impatiently. "Let's get out of here first."